Strange why it's doing stream. Good afternoon and welcome to the live commentary of the fourth game of the match between Grandmasters David Navara and Felix Blohberger. I'm Alex Colovic and today I'm joined by Jennifer Shahade, US chess champion, woman grandmaster, best-selling author, and a poker professional. Jennifer, welcome to the stream.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm so excited for game 4 of this epic Grandmaster match.
Yeah, Grandmaster match, and we already have some moves and quite a deviation from game 1, where we saw the Queen's Gambit declined. Sorry, game 2, and now in game 4 we had Navara after the loss yesterday, starting with 1c4. And what we have at the board on the board now is position from the Reti opening, and already a moment where Navara has to choose his further approach, because in this position, White principally has two different approaches. One is to take on d5, when normally after knight d5 is followed by d4, and this normally leads to a symmetrical position and structure when these pawns are exchanged. And the second option for White is the move normally e3, controlling the d4 square, and this plan was favored and liked by Mikhail Botvinnik, who liked the Reti from the White side, and then White plays in a slower manner with knight c3, queen e2, rook d1, being flexible in the center whether to play d3 or more aggressively with d4. So we're waiting for Navara now to choose his path, because it's an important moment in which will decide in which direction the game will go.
Yeah, and this is a very key point in the match for him as he is trailing 2-1 or 1-2 rather after that fantastic endgame grind yesterday by Felix. So Navara looking to even the match somehow with the white pieces. What do you make of this choice considering the match situation?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm kind of personally, classically, I mean, what's the word? Biased. Yeah. So I mean, prefer the Botvinnik style play with e3, knight c3. Yeah, well, there he goes, e3. So I was just saying, yeah. So he goes e3, which in a way fits the match situation better. And okay, knight comes to c3, queen comes to e2, rook usually comes to d1. When, like I said, White has a choice, yeah, to go slowly with d3. There are also some long-term attacking ideas like with knight e1, f4, g4, g5, or to play in the center, queen e2, rook d1, and then d4 when trying to take advantage of this opposition of the rook on d1 and the queen on d8. This is still a lot of theory here, obviously, but already Navara's choice gives us an idea of what he likes to achieve in this game. So what do you think, Jen? It's like
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think that he wanted to try something different than he did in his first fight in this match in game 2, as that game was a draw. But yeah, I feel like Felix will be well prepared in this as well.
oh yeah, definitely. Felix has shown excellent preparation in this match, and I don't see any reason why that shouldn't continue, because apparently he prepared very thoroughly for the match, and playing, for example, the Queen's Gambit declined setup against everything except e4 normally implies that you also are ready for the Reti and all sorts of different options that White may have. So I expect him to be prepared here. The only difference could be that he may not have expected it in this particular game. He did not revise his files and now may need to spend some time to recall what his preparation was. Do
Oh,
you
I
play
like
this?
I like how they're wearing opposite now that I'm looking at the Felix cam and the David cam. I love how they're wearing the opposite color of the day. Felix
I,
with the white shirt and David with the black shirt. Hey, you got to sympathize with your opponent in chess, right?
yeah.
He's skilled.
Yeah, has been quite nice touch by the players to be kind of, you know, nicely dressed, and I think
Oh
it's
yeah, I
very,
love it. I
yeah,
love that. That's one of the things about chess. Unlike a lot of other sports, you can really dress up when you play chess,
yeah,
right?
yeah. But
So
unfortunately, that's not always the case, is it?
not always, not always, no. I mean, listen, people like to be comfortable when they play chess,
Yeah,
but for some of us, it's more comfortable to, dress well. It fits the occasion of this
exactly.
grand
This is okay.
game.
Right. We had this topic in one of the previous days when I recall that, for example, if you also remember, let's say Kasparov Karpov matches and on like all the matches Kasparov played, he was always playing with a in a suit and a tie. And that was normal for him, normal for all world champions before that. But I think already from the match, um, or maybe it was already Kramnik Anand. I think they already started just wearing a shirt and a jacket without a tie. And nowadays, nobody wears a tie. I mean, in World Championship matches, nor or in tournaments. So there, yeah,
D4, by the way, D4 has been played by
D4. All
Felix.
right.
The most principled move here,
Yes, I
grabbing the
agree.
center. What is this, like a reverse Benoni or
Exactly,
like
exactly. And
position? Yeah.
I would say this is I mean, I know theoretical black is fine here, but I've played the Benoni with black a lot, and I'm happy to play it. And I've always thought that this should be a good development for white for a fighting game. You know, reverse Benoni, yeah, Benoni, as bad as it may be, it's still a fighting opening, and the white having a tempo up. Okay, the bishop on b2 is not very active, but can be exchanged by bishop a3 maybe, and so on. I've always thought the Benoni, I mean, being happy playing it with black, I would be more than happy playing it with white with an extra tempo. So I think this is already some small success for white from the aspect of playing for a win in this game.
On the other hand, I feel like it shows Felix is well prepared and isn't afraid to just grab the center here. And you say it's an extra tempo, but then you also say bishop a3 is going to be played. So doesn't that like give away the tempo?
Exactly, exactly. Yes, you're right. You're right. Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, and another distinctive feature is that the pawn is on e6, not on e5. Yeah, so that makes,
True.
yeah, it has the
So that
bishop.
mitigates it. It's like everybody's down to tempo in some
Yeah,
way.
exactly.
And you mentioned bishop a3. Also, like one of the ideas in the Benoni is sometimes you want to expand on the queen side with like
Yeah,
a3 and b4, right? So
exactly.
we've already played b3, so that's kind of a weird tempo loss too. It's
Exactly.
like,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of tempi included. Yeah, I mean, for example, okay, I'll just to show. Okay, bishop a3, bishop a3, knight a3. Let's say something like that. Okay, e5, d3, rook e8, and now white can, let's say, go knight c2 and then support that b4 break
yeah.
with the knight from d2, maybe queen from c2. I mean, queen from d2 and then b4. I mean, this is not like an exact line because e4 can happen and so on, but I'm just showing like what White's ideas can be on how to expand on the
And
queen
that's
side.
not, yeah, and that's exciting stuff for white because in the Benoni, sometimes we end up a little bit cramped.
Yeah.
And so trading off a pair of pieces and getting to expand on the queen side would be pretty cool for us.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is going to be quite exciting. And one thing that strikes me about the way you're analyzing, which I think not all players are able to do, obviously, or a strong grandmaster comfortable in these positions, is you're very willing to change the positioning of the pieces due to this new development in center, right?
Yeah.
Because, why are their pieces not in good placement? I mean, aren't they top grandmasters? Yes, but because the situation in the center has changed, their development has to change as well. And the bishop on b2 is no longer very strong, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why
Especially.
we're trying to remove it with moves like bishop
Yeah.
a3. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun, actually. I love the strategic richness of this. I'm actually quite enthusiastic about this development, I have to tell you, because
Yeah.
for
That's
me, it's like the more concrete the position is, the more interested and engaged I am. When the ready with the double and kettle, it can be kind of difficult to know what to look at. You know what I mean? Whereas this
yes.
already
Yes.
makes it a little bit more obvious what's happening to me. So I
Yeah.
like this.
Yes, you're right. Yes, because the pawn structure, okay, is being a reverse Benoni such that it's quite clear what the both sides will be aiming for. Yeah, as we said, white will put this pawn on d3. Even though, I mean, I have to say that there are some lines, 95, knight d3, which maybe not in this exact position, but I don't think that's going to happen. So d3 is going to come. Even though concretely speaking, with a rook e1 and knight on f3, 95 becomes also an idea for white. And as you mentioned, Jen, it's white is a bit cramped here, so exchange of pieces would help them. So 95 exchanging the knight on c6 is good for white, who will open the long diagonal for the bishop as well. But generally speaking, if we speak about being a concrete type of game, yes, because the pawn structure will be such that white will try to expand on the queen side, as we said, whereas black will try to do the same in the center. So e5, f5, ultimately hoping for the e4 break. Of course, it's far. That's pretty far now, but those are the general plans. So this will be quite, I think it will be easier to follow the logic of the game because both players will be looking to first, advance their own plans, but at the same time stop their opponent's plans. So while black can also go a5 to control the b4 square so that the b4 break is not so easy to achieve. So it will be, I think, kind of easier to follow the game with the ideas being more concrete.
Yeah, yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun to watch. But I'm not too disappointed for this for Felix either, as it does feel like he's confident and ready to just get in there. How do you feel about his road to 2600? How long do you think that might take him?
Yeah, that's actually a very ambitious goal, and I'm quite happy. Like young players are ambitious, and go for what they think they should. I mean, he's already 25-50, so I don't think that's too far. And having this opportunity to actually test himself in a match with a very, very strong player. Let's not forget Navara was over 2700 for a very long time, and also a very experienced match player. He was playing these matches in the Czech Republic for a very long time. He played Kramnik, he played many other players. So to test himself against such an esteemed opponent is a fantastic opportunity, and I'm happy that Felix has it and is taking advantage of it, because that's also a big motivation. I mean, you are playing a match against such a strong player, and you want to raise your level, you want to improve your opening preparation, you want to improve your technique, your general level of play, and you do that in your preparation for the match. So these matches, I think, are a very good motivating idea to actually improve one's play, and I think he will achieve it. I mean, okay, depending what his plans are for the second half of the year and in the summer, but if he keeps this level that he has, for example, shown in this match, I think it's just doing in the correct direction.
Yeah, I agree. And I think having matches makes it easier to achieve ambitious rating goals because it's going to add more variance. And from a math perspective, that means if you're playing well, eventually you'll hit your goals. When I say more variance, because if you get the upper hand in a match, sometimes you might be able to gain more rating there than you would in a
Yeah,
tournament format. So yeah, I think it's quite clever and it's a great goal.
yeah. No, I mean, and we also had these matches of Hans Niemann, yeah, and those are more or less the kind of the only matches that are happening. And I said also this earlier, that I like matches that are coming back on the chess scene. We've been lacking that type of one-on-one duels, and I think it's a good kind of variety, because we all got used to this tournaments, rapid blitz, stuff like that. But classical matches we haven't really had, except for the World Championship, and I think it's a good addition to the calendar and different type of excitement.
Yeah, yeah, it's great also. I mean, like, and the idea that you can fundraise for these matches as an individual player and get practice while also giving donors something to watch. I think it's a great idea. It's a great kind of entrepreneurial way to do things in chess. And I admit I have not followed the drama closely with Hans in the matches. I know anything he does attracts drama,
Yeah,
but I do remember him talking about that a little bit, right? About
yeah,
the the entrepreneurial aspect of the match and the way that they could bring more money into the game. But
Yes.
then there was some drama about the recent one, right? I have to, like I said, I didn't really follow it that closely, but wherever Hans goes,
Yeah,
something
that's true. That's true.
exciting
Yeah,
happens.
there was drama, and at least judging from their public, statements, it's not quite clear what happened there. You can't draw a clear conclusion because they have like their own versions, both players. So it's hard to say. But yeah, this kind of attracting drama, controversy. I mean, some people say it's a good thing. Some people say it's not a good thing because it harms maybe the image of chess as an intellectual game and so on. On the other hand, you attract attention, you attract eyes, views, clicks, and so on. So it's hard to say. Like obviously there are both pros and cons to having controversy in chess, but well, it's our sport, yeah.
I mean, I think it's good if it's natural. I think the manufacturer drama is like, yeah,
Ah,
I'm not as I think that's not as good long term. Maybe it can be like some short term plugs, but I think overall it's not. What do you think, chat? And by the way, I did just notice we got some chats here. When you go for trading the bishop on b2, asks I'm Johnny R, as opposed to keeping it, um, long term, isn't it technically a good bishop? So Johnny R is asking why we want to trade the bishop on b2.
yeah, I mean, I can understand the question, even though unfortunately I can't see the chat. Something's not working for me, but yeah, please help out with the chat questions. Yeah, thanks. Well, I understand the question because we assume white is d3 is played, and we have all these pawns on light squares, and we have a dark squared bishop, which theoretically should be a good one, right? But this is in a way, an exception to the rule, because what happens is that, okay, let's just make some moves just to prove the point, yeah? So this bishop is very hard to find a good diagonal. I mean, here it doesn't do anything. On b2 is obviously doing nothing because d4 is well protected. So the only plausible diagonal is a3, f8. And there it's going to be exchanged. And if you look at the other bishop, okay, the one on g2 should be kind of, let's say, the worst bishop because you have these pawns on light squares, but it has actually a very good diagonal, the long one, which is an open one that it's controlling. So it is a good bishop. So in a way, you have a, yeah, biting on
So
granite. That's the expression. Yes, yes,
yeah, it's a nice expression. It's
yes,
very evocative, right?
yes,
And
yes.
so yeah, we get rid of that, and then we actually open the space. And don't forget that plan of expanding with a3, b4, which really helps our rook on a1 because it's going to go to b1. It helps our queen because then it has the b3 and a4 squares introduced to it. So that plan really opens up a lot of possibilities for us, and it's much easier to do, of course, when the bishop's no longer on b2, because then we can get a rook to b1 to support that push.
Yes.
So just the specifics of the position kind of outweigh those generic positional principles, which is so true in so many positions, right?
Yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
the positional principles are kind of overridden by the specific needs. Remember, they're not rules, they're guidelines, all these
Yeah.
positional ideas that you get.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, I mean, it has happened. I'm pretty sure in your practice as well. You calculate, you get all bogged down into the specifics. Only at the end of those calculations to realize something, the simple truth. Oh, but I should just exchange my bad piece, or oh, I should just reroute my bad knight. Or just you get from the concrete and then you arrive at the general. When some and in some positions you just start from the general, okay, and then the calculation can become much easier. Of course, the calculation can also lead you to realize that that's an exception to the rule in that particular position. But I mean, that's the beauty of chess. It would never be so interesting if it was always kind of follow the rule and make no mistake. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So can you tell me what the method is, Alex? Like
Ah, the,
give me a one sentence pitch for the method.
the method. Well, basically, it's a learning manual. That's it. 2 words. It's a learning manual. I mean, it's something that I wanted to write based on my personal experience because I had like, I would say, 3 major crises in my career. And then like how I solved those crises in my career and the things I did that helped me progress, helped me become a better chess player, eventually helped me become a grandmaster. I just wanted to put it on digital paper, yeah, and I don't know, help people to not waste time as I did. So it's basically just like these three crises are three kind of protocols, let's say, how to deal with how to analyze a game, how to analyze a position for better chess understanding, and to tell people how to avoid it and actually use online chess for chess improvement. So basically, it's a manual, like literally manual, how to do these things.
Right. Yes, I saw it on your website and your Substack and your Twitter account, and I love the title, the method. It sounds
Yeah,
very, very useful for players who are stagnating, which I think is
exactly,
really, yeah, that's like the most common question we get as chess players. Like, how do I stop
exactly.
stagnating? Right? It's a really big one because unlike a lot of other things in life, in chess, you have an opponent and they're trying to win too. So it makes improvements so difficult because they're
Oh
also
yeah,
working on improvement. So it's not like writing a book or getting better at a language or music where everybody can do it at the same time. You really have to like outdo your opponent as in so many other athletic endeavors.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
yes,
that's why they say chess is brutal, like boxing or similar, because it's one on one. It's either you or them. And okay,
right.
yes, there is a draw, but you still need to get there. But it's either you on there or them, and then if you don't, let's say, exaggerate and say kill them, they will kill you. So it's like really, really, I mean, very brutal, and eh, nobody will pardon your inadequacies. Yeah, so it's all your own responsibility to become better if you want to achieve some results. It's and it's not easy. Yeah, because the person sitting opposite you is doing the same and trying the same.
So by the way, Felix did make a move rookie
Yeah, we
eight.
had rookie eight.
Yeah, and now we can imagine that White will probably play. I mean, there's so many possible moves here,
Yeah, there are
right?
possible moves.
D3 looks like a move that White wants to play for so many
Yeah,
reasons.
yeah.
Not
There
that
could
although I don't think Black is quite threatening D3 himself yet. I mean, a
no.
lot of people might want to try to play D3 themselves to try to play like knight B4 and knight C2, but you gotta really worry about that move because it makes the bishop on B2 so much stronger, as Alex was pointing out with the arrows.
Yeah,
A3 instead,
yeah. A3.
also a very sensible move, trying to play for that B4 move
Yes,
that we were
but this
discussing
already
earlier.
changes quite a bit because now
Yeah.
we're not exchanging the dark square bishop. And I
Yeah. So
assume
now we,
this is
yeah,
still theory. I assume
can't
this
do
is still
that.
theory.
Yeah. It looks
And
like there's a number of games in the database with this. Not that many, though.
uh,
S
because
about 70 games in the database with this
uh,
game.
already, yeah, 70, yeah, so quite a bit.
Yeah, but a lot of them are quite old, Alex. I mean, they're many. The first one I see there is from 1980, from
Oh,
Anthony Miles.
well, that's already strong players playing, so it's yeah.
Yeah.
What's indicative to me is that Felix has spent quite a bit of time, which means that he's not quite certain of his preparation and probably the move orders, whereas David
Yes.
has played pretty fast. And I would say the idea of rook e8 was in a way waiting for white maybe to go bishop a3, and then after, let's say, bishop a3 knight a3, the rook is supporting the e5 push, and black can go e5. So the rook is exactly where it needs to be. Yeah, already like a preparatory move.
In the
Uh,
70 master games that I see played
yeah,
in the Elite Chess database, every single player played A5, which
yeah, a5. Yeah, of course, you must go
every single
b4.
player,
Yeah,
just to stop that nice expansion move of B4, which, like I said, not only um, threatens the knight on B5, which would then win your pawn on D4, but also helps us develop the rest of our pieces. So
yes,
even though A5 weakens at B5 square, the specifics of the position are such that we really must make this move.
yes.
Another example where the dynamic factors overweigh the static factor. D3 quickly played by Navara, who does seem to be gaining a somewhat significant lead on the clock, especially if Felix thinks in this position as well.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, this is maybe the first game where Navarra is ahead on the clock in the opening, because mostly it was Felix who was well prepared and gaining time on the clock, but this time it's vice versa. And I mean, Okay, that's a promising sign for David. Yeah, I mean he wants to go knight d2, and now I have to mention that okay, in the absence of this bishop a3 idea and the difficulty to push b4 because it's so well protected, one of White's plans is to go, let's say, knight bd2, maybe put the rook on c1, and then go c5, knight c4. So to activate the queen side in this way by pushing c5 and then putting the knight on c4. If often this is done even by sacrificing the c pawn. Yeah, only with the idea to open the C file and gain access to the C4 square for the knight. It's a typical idea in the Benoni for black. So that's one I would say. And I mean, I don't know if there are many other ideas to pursue active ideas for white. Sometimes this F4 advance is possible if black doesn't manage to get E5 in, like moving the knight and pushing F4 to stop black from getting E5 in. But I think that's less likely, especially if, let's say, black somehow maybe goes bishop f8 and then e5. It's hard to make it work.
What are the people in the chat? By the way, hello everyone. Keep chatting. I am reading it. Henry Philippe says that he remembers an obscure plan with h3, king h2, and queen h1. And I'm Johnny R says that is very Alpha Zero-esque. That's the first time I've heard the move h3 ascribed to Alpha Zero. Normally we're used to them playing h4, but okay. And he says that he remembers some computer championship games where engines were doing this recently. Okay, so h3, king h2, queen h1. I don't think we're going to see that in this game, but yes, we have to be creative about the plan sometimes in these closed positions. Absolutely.
Okay, maybe I'll try to open chat now because it's okay. Now I'm finally getting this.
You're seeing it now, yeah.
Okay. All right. Now I can see it. Okay. Thanks, Emilia. Yeah. So yeah, Alpha Zero-esque, yeah.
And so in terms of moves that we've seen from this position before, in the master games that have been played here, we see bishop f8 and bishop c5 are the main two moves selected.
Yeah, bishop c5 also makes sense to kind of defend the pawn on d4 one more time, and then you go e5. And also this bishop c5 stops ideas like c5 that I mentioned, like bd2 and so forth. Yeah. So,
yeah, I mean, either way, basically the idea is we want to remove that bishop from the e7 square so that the rook on e8 controls the e5 square. I'm actually the third most popular move, even though it was only played in 2 games, is bishop d6. So it's
yeah,
very,
bishop d6, I wasn't sure because you kind of drop this pawn, but then probably hope to, I don't know.
Yeah, probably that g3 at the
Get
end.
one on g3, yeah. And
then if bishop takes f6,
and maybe there is check and check,
yeah,
and then there also the rook is hanging,
that's
so
hanging.
some stuff like that.
Yeah, this looks fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah. So bishop
Although
d6
bishop d6 looks a little strange, though. You're right, but I mean, it does seem like in general, it's going to be hard to find like an amazing square for that dark squared bishop, right? It's like tucked away on f8 feels
best.
Exactly.
Yeah. And now, okay, just to illustrate this idea that I was showing, let's say c5 and knight c4, yeah? And then you have this counterplay against the pawn on e5. Yeah.
And is that enough? What if I go like back?
I'm not sure if it's enough in this position. I'm just demonstrating the idea, but this is like sometimes how white plays in the Benoni, like black plays in the Benoni, white here, yeah? That's why I think the other, I mean, bishop d6 just runs into this c5 with tempo, irrelevant whether it works or not. That's why I think bishop f8 or bishop c5 make more sense. So
let's see what Felix chooses. I actually kind of like the way he's playing this very ambitiously, despite the fact that he is of very principled moves.
Yes. Yeah, this is actually quite commendable, I would say, because I mean, he's leading the match, so the logic would be, okay, just play it as safely as possible. But no, he's actually playing ambitiously and going for these reverse Benoni positions where, okay, he can even hope to take over and then even play for a win. Even though, of course, that implies that he's also giving some chances to white as well. So it's a good, I think, brave choice because I think it's very hard nowadays, even if you lead the match by 1, to be absolutely certain that you won't lose a game and allow your opponent back. Like we mentioned earlier, the Niemann-Nepomniachtchi match. And in that match, okay, Nepomniachtchi won the first game, but then he lost the eighth game, the last game of the match. So he was leading by one, drawing everything. Not that he specifically was playing for a draw, but I'm trying to say that lead by 1 point is not a guarantee that you're going to win the match.
Absolutely. And apparently, according to the Knicks, leading by 25 points is not enough to guarantee anything. Let's go. That was quite, I don't know if you're an
I
NBA
mean, they were
fan.
leading 2-0, but then I stopped following. How is the series standing then?
It's now 3-1 in favor of the Knicks, but they
Oh,
were
3-1.
getting,
Oh, right. Oh, well, then it's
but they were
great.
getting clobbered yesterday. It was the biggest comeback actually in NBA final history. Yeah.
25 down, yeah?
Yeah, and something like 18 points down and going into the last quarter. It was
Yeah.
pretty remarkable, a remarkable comeback. So yeah, never give up. Never give
Never give
up.
up. Never give up.
Whether it's chess or basketball, when you've got that, 0.5%, 1% chance, you got to make that into 2 or 3%. That's your
Yeah,
job,
yeah.
right?
It's progress. It's
2%
progress.
becomes 4%, becomes 8%, and suddenly,
Yeah, it's progress. Yeah, that's what
yeah.
matters. Progress is what matters. Yeah.
And by the way, in the chat, since this is a classical game, I would encourage you, if you have any general questions for us as well, it's a great time in a classical stream to ask your grandmaster commentators any questions you might have, not just about the
Yes.
specifics of the position, but let's see what Felix is going to play. He's giving me that I'm about to make a move vibe.
Yeah.
You get that vibe, right? It's
Yeah,
not like
exactly. Yeah, you
poker
do
where
you
you
do
gotta
the
hide it.
movement. Yeah.
Yeah, a little movement.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah. In poker, you have to hide what you're feeling. In chess, you don't really have to. Sure, once in a blue moon, like in the opening, you don't want your opponent to know whether you have it 100% prepared or not. There might be a couple of things you want to hide, but in general, as Gary Kasparov has taught us, you can certainly wear your heart on your sleeve a little bit.
But, but Jen, you're a well-established and very successful poker player. Isn't it like what you just said? Isn't it like exactly the same as in chess? Because you can bluff, you can in chess as well. Like you can, I mean, maybe express something which you're bluffing. Maybe you're lying to your opponent. Maybe you want to trick them. Is it the same in poker? Do people do the same?
Oh, definitely. I mean, in poker, there's a lot of tells and showmanship. You just need to be careful not to overdo
Uh-huh.
it. Because in
Uh-huh.
general, people are better at, most people, like the large majority of people out there, are better at telling the truth than at lying.
Uh-huh.
I mean, there might be some notable exceptions. Unfortunately, too many of those exceptions are in politics. They run everything. But for most people, it's more comfortable to tell the truth. So you need to be careful about, trying to deceive people by lying with
Uh-huh.
your words. So
Uh-huh.
usually you want to, with your actions, try to figure out how you act when you're telling the truth and do the same thing when you're bluffing. Right?
Uh-huh.
In poker, that's a big part of the game.
Uh-huh. You
And so it's
know?
kind of about knowing yourself. You really need to know yourself, know your mannerisms, and know how other people perceive you.
Uh-huh.
I'd say that's a really crucial skill in poker. Try to understand what the other person thinks about you, and then try to use that to their advantage. And
Uh-huh.
while the game of chess is very, very different from poker, I would say the way in which it's very similar is with the opening preparation,
Uh-huh.
in that you're also trying to figure out what your opponent wants, what they're uncomfortable with, and put yourself into their shoes.
So you can apply that to poker, like uncomfortable situations in depending on the cards you're getting and so on.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes. And
nice.
I found it very interesting, and it's something that I mentioned in my recent book, Thinking Sideways,
Yeah, I was
that
going to ask you actually about it. Yeah, yeah. Please.
Magnus Carlsen, I found it very interesting that when he went on the Joe Rogan podcast, he said that he sometimes uses randomizers to decide what opening to play.
Uh-huh.
So there really is a lot of gamesmanship that is out there now where you're taking principles from different games and
Uh-huh.
applying
Uh-huh.
it to your own. Which I think is such a great time for that because of like AGI, artificial general intelligence. I find it really interesting that they're able to, just learn the rules of a game and get so good right away, right? Because they're just using the general ideas of
Yes.
games and winning. Yeah, like not just a specific chess skill. That was one thing that fascinated me so much about AlphaZero. Hello, Luke. Great to see you.
Yeah, when you mentioned Carlsen, in fact, I remember having a talk with his coach, Peter Heine Nielsen, a long time ago. And actually, when you said that he was using poker, okay, a randomizer, I remember him telling me that they were actually using probability theory for different choices, opening choices, and so forth. So that
Oh,
one for
yeah.
me, like it was kind of an eye opener, because in chess you just think, okay, you just prepare, this is what you play. But no, they were actually using probabilities to this for different decisions, in match play, tournament play, opening choices, and so on. So this for me was really, really interesting. And I mean, this, I would say, interconnection between different disciplines, which I think you talk about, like thinking sideways, which is like, I think more like general, like, in a way, like Kasparov's how life imitates chess or chess imitates life, like applying principles from disciplines like chess, poker, and so on to wider context, like in life situations and so on, which I think this for me is very fascinating topic.
Absolutely, that's right. Yeah, and I totally agree with you about probability theory. And Peter Heine Nielsen's quite good at poker, and
Yeah,
I think that you see also with Magnus Carlsen and his predictions with sports have been quite remarkable as well. So yeah, the math of chess really comes down to probability in so many ways and opening
yeah,
theory. There's so much math in this game.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
The Alpha Zero did not learn general game strategies. The Alpha Zero that played chess only knows chess. That is true, but it did learn the rules very quickly, right? And it was based on the same program that learned AlphaGo, right? So it learned to beat the top computer programs in like a number of hours, right?
Yeah, it was quite quick, and they built on that based on AlphaGo, which they used to, I mean, in the same principle to learn Go.
But it
And
is true that it wasn't like the AGI that we have now, like the
no,
LLM.
not that
Because
time.
those are very bad at chess, but they're not that bad. They're pretty bad, but not
Yeah,
like
no.
as bad as they used to be. So
Once we've got like the chat bots, that they are like, yeah, right.
1500 maybe. Gemini's maybe like 1500, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So that is true. That is very, there is a bit of a difference there that the AGI is not actually good at chess and poker yet. In fact, like when they have these like competitions, you see they're not particularly good, but they're getting better. So that's why they're using chess and poker as like a benchmark to see like, oh, how do they think about things?
but ultimately, I mean, if the development goes in that direction, like AGI to kind of learn to play like a human, maybe Botvinnik's dream would come true eventually. When you remember, even when in the 70s, 80s, when he was working on this pioneer project, when he was trying to build a computer to play like a human, he was actually hoping that one day a computer would beat a human by playing better human chess than the human. I mean, he was wrong, because nowadays engines play better than humans by being better calculators. And but if the development of AGI goes in that direction, and you get these different types of principles fed maybe into the machine, or the machine comes to these conclusions, maybe Botvinnik's dream would come true. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It just depends where things develop. Yeah, I mean, what how it goes.
Yeah, it's pretty wild times, isn't it?
Yeah, nowadays. But Felix thinking a lot. Yeah, already half an hour down on the clock. So
Oh yeah, big time deficit as he determines whether to
yeah,
play something like
and
bishop
only
f8
12
or
moves. 12
bishop
moves.
f8, bishop d6, bishop c5 are the moves that we considered here. Is there something else to look at? I mean, I don't see any other kind of moves that fit the logic of the position, right? I
Yeah, I
mean,
mean, especially after rook e8. I mean, you put the rook on e8, it's clear that you want to clear the bishop from e7 so you can play
yeah.
e5.
I mean,
But
maybe we can move the queen somewhere, but I mean, I don't really see no, we can't put it on c7 because of
yeah,
d4
only
pawn
c7.
hangs. So, I mean, we could put it on b6, but why?
Yeah,
Might as
exactly.
well move
Why?
the bishop first. Might as
Yeah,
well move
yeah.
the bishop first. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it makes, but it's a bit strange that he's taking so much time deciding between, let's say, two or maximum three sensible choices.
It is
Deciding on,
strange, you
yeah,
know,
so
and a lot of times they do that when they're looking at some variation further down the line, not necessarily want to move ahead.
yeah.
But like he's just calculating something deeper in the tree. But yeah, that is a little concerning, I would say, even though I love this position for Black. If he keeps up at this rate, he's going to have a massive time deficiency. So I could
Yeah.
expect that he's taking his time right now, but it will speed up in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, I
Tell me
mean,
better.
once he decides on his way to continue, uh, he should be able to make moves faster. But already, this is, I mean, hard, I mean, you get to this kind of inertia. Like in the beginning, if you start thinking a lot, it's harder to kind of snap out of it and start making moves faster because there you still have relatively plenty of time. You still have a lot of things to think about, and it's easy kind of, keep on thinking. I think something happened to David yesterday. We had a fairly like easy way out in some positions, and he could have chosen different lines, but he was just keep thinking and thinking and thinking because the position was so rich, and eventually he ended up in time trouble. So
Rook B8 is a suggestion of I'm Johnny R. Yeah, I like Rook B8 makes logical sense. Sure, getting the rook off the
yeah,
H1 A8 diagonal.
yeah,
It's just kind of like a little waiting move. It just feels like Bishop F8 is a more logical waiting move because we want to play E5.
yeah.
But I agree, Rook B8 is sensible. So I was completely wrong, Alex, when I said that he was giving us the I'm about to make a move face.
Yeah.
Commentators
Actually,
first.
no, but maybe you were right, and then he just changed his mind and decided to think a bit longer.
Yeah. I was right and wrong at the same time.
Yeah. Uh,
What do you guys think? What else? What are your predictions for the game? What do you think is going to happen today? Is David going to even the score, or is Felix going
yeah,
to draw
that's
or even
that's
win?
I mean, it's always best to strike immediately after a loss, so it would be ideal for David to win. I mean, today. But if still there are two more games left after today, and okay, one is with Black, but still, and it's not that the match is over if it doesn't win today. But the
So you,
position promises to be kind of a fighting one. And Rook
if I,
B8, okay, I just wanted to
yeah.
mention this that Rook B8 is also a typical move in the Benoni because sometimes, in this case, Black may want to attack White's queenside with B4, B5, yeah, and then maybe expose the B3 pawn, yeah, or sometimes you fix everything with B4 and shut any possible counterplay on the queen side for White. So it's a possible move, but I don't think it's the optimal one here. And we got actually Bishop D6 on the board.
Bishop D6, yes, the move that we
Always
were
the
looking at that hadn't been played in many master games, but did have a logic to it, because you can't touch that pawn on D4. It will hurt when you're introduced to Bishop takes G3 at the end of the line. I think that would be quite good for Black.
yeah,
So we're not worried about knight takes D4, I don't think. But wow, let's see. Let's see.
yeah.
I mean, is knight D4 possible? To me, it looks like we wouldn't want to trade the D pawn in that fashion, but I don't know, maybe I'm too cautious.
No, I mean this is an ambitious move in fact because it's the only move of the three by the bishop that stops 95. So for example, let's say had he gone to F8, I don't know. White could have gone 95, which I think it's a useful exchange
Mm,
for White
I
because
see,
okay,
yeah.
this is exchanged. Okay, and then we open the long diagonal, then the other knight can come to F3 to replace the other one, and the space disadvantage for White is felt less. But Bishop D6 stops that by controlling D5 square. But yes, as we said, it's the tactical thing that is important. But I think this is quite okay for Black. I mean, takes, let's say. The rook is hanging. I don't know, rook A2. And now just maybe 5. And, I mean, knight is not so easy to get into the game because D3 is hanging. So I think this is okay for Black.
Absolutely. I mean, rook A2, yeah, you can't go knight D2 because of queen D3. And this
Yeah, I
looks,
mean, say now if you, I mean, bishop f5 can come quickly, okay, and rook d8, even giving up the bishop b7 pawn, attacking d3, it looks pretty comfortable for black. So I don't think white will take on d4. So maybe some knight d2 is a natural move. Sometimes there are ideas like knight g5, knight e4. So I would expect, I don't know, knight d2 is most like natural. And then maybe after e5, maybe then knight g5, knight e4. To again, as I mentioned in the Benoni, here reverse Benoni, it's useful for the side with less space to exchange at least one pair of light pieces, because for all four, it's hard to find the good spots. I mean, ideally, you want to exchange this bishop, but for the time being, it's not possible. But then at least a pair of knights.
Yeah. And it makes sense now that Felix fought for so long, because this move, bishop d6, does allow some tactical possibilities with knight
Yeah,
d4. So there's a little bit more to calculate. Like if you play bishop f8 is the type of move you play in a blitz game,
yeah,
but he
yeah.
wanted to maximize. And that's why he played bishop d6 after a long thing.
Yeah, see, he thought quite a bit here, and well, made his decision. I mean, okay, I'm pretty sure he calculated the knight d4 consequences, and he was content with that. And then, okay, he continues. And now, okay, David is thinking, I think for the first time for a bit longer than before. So maybe he knew about bishop f8, bishop c5, and not so much about bishop d6. So maybe the game starts for him as well, in a way, in a sense that he starts thinking by himself and not just recording his preparation.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I'm Johnny R says that if white plays knight d2 here, does that threaten knight takes d4? Because after knight takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop g3. If our knight's on d2, we have the in-between move, bishop takes f6. And if the rook is defended on a1, then
That's
we'll
true. That's true. But
back
I would assume that this just will be followed by e5, and there is no more.
exactly.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. So
And so it's a big moment for David, because he now has to decide about whether he wants to play knight d2 and cede the center, or take the moment to play knight takes d4 and reckon with those openings of the position after bishop takes g3. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Navara think for another 10 minutes here, because that's the type of moment that really gives us two distinct paths.
yeah,
And once you
because
choose
apart
one, you can't
from
go back.
yeah, it's a principal decision, even though I think knight d4 is not so good for him. But apart from like other moves like knight bd2, there are also moves like he can consider like knight g5 that I mentioned, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes a relatively vague move like h4 is useful. Yeah. And also there are like ideas maybe like queen c2 intending c5. Yeah. So there are some things to consider apart from the very direct move knight d4, which he will consider for sure. But also from the, let's say, less forcing options, there are several moves to choose from, and yeah, that requires time. Yeah.
Bye bye, Johnny. Have a great day.
Yeah. Thanks for watching. Yeah, both players thinking now it's the beginning of the middle game, and well, time to choose your moves carefully.
Yeah, a lot of people ask me that. How does a top player decide when to think and when to ration their time? And there's a lot of different clues. But as you see in this case, David is thinking in a situation where one idea leads to a different pawn structure than another. That tends to be more critical.
Yeah, but
And
he
he
went
does
knight
actually
bd2.
choose knight d2. He chooses
Yeah.
knight d2. And I think you're right that e5 is going to follow quickly, because knight takes d4 is now on the menu. The only other thing, I guess, is you could move your bishop on d6 back, but why not just play e5?
Yeah, I mean that's why he played bishop d6. I mean to follow up with e5.
Yeah.
So that's what we're expecting fairly quickly, I would say. I mean,
Within a minute, I think. Yeah. Chris Wainscott, hello. We got all the chess substackers in the house.
yeah.
On the road to master is your substack. On the road to 2600 is Felix. So basically the same, right, Chris? Same idea, different goal, but same idea. And that is the thing about
I went
chess,
e5.
the shape of goals. And he did play e5, yeah. So under
Yeah.
a minute, and I was right about that prediction at least.
Yes, we expected that one. Yeah. Now, okay. I mentioned one idea is knight g5, knight e4. Yeah. Another one is
Nice.
c1 or queen c2 to go for c5. Yeah.
Yeah, I like this knight g5 idea. Because
Yeah.
again, it's always like earlier, I just want to trade one piece off for white because I feel like when we have all the major pieces
Yeah.
in the Benoni, we tend to have some issues with space,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
And so getting rid of one of them is nice. And even having that knight on d2 can sometimes be annoying because when you play bishop f5, you're threatening the d3 pawn. If I'm able to trade that knight, then
Yeah. For
my
example.
defense of the d3 pawn is more harmonious with the rest of my game.
Yeah. So yeah, now something to think about. Like I said, rook c1, queen c2, they're all possible. Knight e4, I'm not so sure about because I think that just gives tempo black to go bishop f5 and maybe even I'm not sure about e4 now, but looks kind of pretty comfortable for black. I mean,
Oh
the
yeah,
bishop is already targeting this pawn. Maybe it's just something like h6. I don't know, and then maybe drop the bishop back to h7
it
in
does look
case of
comfortable.
something like knight h4. So I'm not sure about that. The other moves possible, yeah.
I'm Johnny R points out that the engine actually liked knight takes d4, even though it seemed
Really?
suspicious to us humans, because it preferred to just take that center pawn off and weather the storm. Because after knight d4,
Oh,
knight,
okay.
yeah,
Let's see this, okay? Because okay, so this bishop
get rid of
d3.
one of the bishops.
Ah,
That's,
so
I guess,
knight
that's
d2 actually was it's the suggestion, not rook a2, yeah? White
what
has
was
the
the idea
initiative.
after knight d2. We rejected this in our analysis because of their queen takes d3.
Yeah.
But what's the deal here? Is there just like a massive amount of compensation?
I mean,
Um,
at first sight,
how?
it's kind of yeah, how exactly? That's the big question. How do you proceed with this initiative here? I mean, for a human,
Exactly.
this is not so like immediately visible.
Is it the end game being good after knight e4, queen d1, knight f6, pawn f6, rook d1? I mean, do we have tons of comp in that end game?
Let's put it on the board, yeah.
Because you can't move your pieces out that easily. But I mean, we're still down a pawn, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean,
I
okay, if
guess
you manage something like rook d6, rook b6, maybe it's nice, but
I can see this is a little annoying. It's annoying to develop. So, you know.
yeah, it is. But still, I mean, to go for this, like give the pawn so I mean so quickly and then hope for this. Well, I don't know, maybe rook a6, rook b6. I don't know. It's like hard to say.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe this was the wrong path. Maybe I should have played something else instead of knight e4. I just
No, but
look for the force.
94 is actually tempting. I'm kind of
Yeah,
not
I
that
look for
bad.
the forcing move first. That's what a
Yeah.
lot of strong players do. We look at the forcing move. We see how that does. And what I would really like to do here is somehow move my queen somewhere cool and then play like rook d1. But as you can see, most of the squares for the queen are covered, so there's not so many cool squares to move it to.
Yeah. Okay,
But
good.
anyway,
Yeah,
good to
okay. I
know.
mean, we got knight g5. Okay, as we this was one of the ideas we mentioned. The idea is to go 94 and exchange one pair of knights, which would be good. Now I'm curious, I mean, if black can go maybe bishop f8, 94, 97 to try to avoid the exchange of knights. Yeah, now threatening something like f5 when this knight will be trapped. But this can become pretty double-edged. Like either maybe h4 is one idea to go back with the knight. And I mean, even some Benoni ideas like g4 and stopping f5 and then playing on these light squares like knight f1, knight g3, controlling these light squares.
Very nice. Yeah, nice little white square action there. By the way, we've got a lot of newcomers in the chat.
Great.
Fabian Kroger says the move c5 was perhaps the idea after queen takes d3.
Ah,
Okay. Almost impossible for a
yeah,
human,
that's hard.
he
That's hard.
says.
Okay, I understand you want to go knight c4, but uh, well, yeah,
Oh,
not so easy.
he means in that variation I was talking about earlier. Yeah, with the allowing knight takes d4 or playing knight takes d4, knight d4, bishop g3, that line. Uh, and Indeed, allowing that requires you to think like a computer. And that's why sometimes the evaluations that you see on computer engines are so like random
Yeah,
because they're underpinned by a line that is almost
yeah,
impossible for a human to see.
exactly, exactly.
So I think it's quite interesting. Some things that the computers say, it's like, oh, a human could see that if they're in good
No,
form. And some of them are like, well, that's impossible. It's
no
just
way.
so weird and unintuitive that unless they prepared it at home, they won't see it. Uh, Erica says something in another language. I think that might be Portuguese. Hello, Erica. Where are you from? Where are you calling from? And
That
Iron
sounds
Chest
Portuguese.
asked, is that Portuguese?
Yeah, should be
That's
Portuguese.
Portuguese, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Portuguese. Iron Chest, I don't know Portuguese, but I know enough to know that that is Portuguese, apparently. So Iron Chest asked what the score is, and indeed, thank you, Alina Bricky. Felix does have a 2-1 lead playing now with the black pieces as Navara attempts to even the score.
Yeah, so okay, we got the exchange of knights on e4. I expect white to recapture fairly quickly with knight e4. Is he at the board? Okay, I still thinking, right? Anish will not join commentary. At least not that we are aware of.
I did see him tweet about the match though, so that's always nice.
What did he
Good
tweet
evening,
about?
Anish.
I tweeted
He
about
tweeted about it. He tweeted something about the end game yesterday.
nice. I haven't checked it.
Yeah. It's something about, I think it was something about how Felix's fans would be very excited.
That one I
Yeah,
saw. Yeah, that one I saw. Yeah. That one I saw.
he is very funny. Very funny,
Yeah,
Anish. Very
can be.
subtle in his humor.
Okay, wait. If he's taking here, what is he considering? I mean, the alternative is to take with the bishop. Then you keep the knight on d2, but then the bishop is a bit exposed. I mean, the idea is to you stop bishop f5 by taking with the bishop on e4, yeah?
And we achieved getting rid of one of the pieces, which I've been
Yeah,
quite
yeah,
desperate
we
to
did, yeah.
do.
And here, for example, f5 is meant by check. Okay, maybe queen can come somewhere, and then knight f3, maybe knight h4. I mean, this can become a bit tricky for black. But he still took with the knight, okay.
Okay, here we go.
And now I would expect, I mean, bishop f8. I mean, then bishop f5.
By the way, speaking of time management, yeah, bishop f8 looks pretty nice. Move. Definitely don't want to give up that bishop. Even though it's
Let's
on
play.
dark squares, it is still a really important piece. And the knight on e4 is not an outpost knight, right? It
No,
can be
that
taken at some point with f5.
yeah.
So
I was thinking whether
yeah,
this is actually any playable.
yeah, g4. That's why you're trying to play g4
Yeah.
because of exactly that. But you know that is a very risky move. I mean, this is
Okay. Yeah.
certainly something we could take advantage of by sticking our pieces on dark squares. Exactly. We could stick a queen on h4
Yeah.
and
This.
g4 gives up as much as it gets, you know?
Yeah. This I'm not
Right.
sure about at all. I mean, for either side, to be honest.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun for us to commentate on, but in terms of solidity, that knight on e4 is not solid, right?
Uh,
So
no, but here, okay. I mean, if white manages to keep that knight on e4, and then if manages something like bishop d2, b4, then maybe it can be okay. Yes, this is kind of annoying, these dark square weaknesses, but the knight is again as a compensation. But this is very double-edged. I mean, I don't know. I mean, another idea is f4. That's normally in the Benoni. Sometimes you play like to exchange f and e pawns. And this kind of weakens the pawn, but on the other hand, okay, it gives you some space here. Maybe queen f3, maybe king h1, g1. And the pawn is controlling e5. I mean, again, weakening, but getting some dynamic factors.
yeah, but I'm
So,
liking black. I really am liking black as this position moves on because I feel like that f4 move just
uh-huh.
makes me feel like you have to be these moves that you're making like g4 and f4 to maintain your counterplay. They feel like they have a certain amount of desperation to
Yeah,
them, which when you're playing white, it feels you shouldn't have to do that.
yeah. That's what you get when you play the Benoni, you know.
Exactly, yes.
Not the most solid of openings.
Hello to Peter from Las Vegas. Wow, it's early there. You're calling in before you go to work. Love to hear from you. I'm going to be in Vegas pretty soon. There's a big chess tournament there this weekend, actually. I think the Vegas Chess Festival. So
Oh, nice.
lots of stars will be there for that. And you mentioned the idea of Rook B8 and B5.
Yeah, we mentioned the idea. Yeah. This is possible, but I mean, okay, it needs to be implemented like properly because that weakens the knight on c6. So you may need to play queen c7, bishop d7, I don't know, and go b5. Even though I'm not sure that's so effective here, because I mean, okay, white got rid of one light piece, and it kind of appears more dynamic, more mobile. You know, the queen has access to the king side, maybe. Rook can come to c8, and the c file can be opened more easily. So it kind of appears that black is needs more piece activity to be able to play like this.
Yeah, and Philippi mentions your video about liking the Benoni for black. That's right.
Oh
And
yeah,
so
thanks. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one is a good one. Yeah, I
that's
like
on
the
YouTube,
Benoni.
Alex? Is that on
Sorry?
the YouTube? Is that video on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on my
Okay.
channel. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Don't forget to follow Alex on
Yeah,
YouTube
thanks. Yeah.
as we
So yeah, I would enjoy white. I agree. I would enjoy white, and like I mentioned it earlier in the commentary that I mean, if I could get these types of reverse Benoni positions, I would more often play Reti and stuff. You know, just to get these
yeah,
positions.
it makes it fun. It makes it really fun. Oh, Peter, you're working remotely. Well, that's good because it's been scientifically proven that watching classical chess, especially with wonderful commentators like us,
Yeah.
helps your productivity at work. Yeah, they did a peer-reviewed study on that.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. This is still.
You're all good. You got this. Okay, let's see. What do we have from the timing department? As it looks like with this think the clocks are equalizing a little bit more. Bishop F8
Yeah,
is
that's good
now.
news for Felix, who was half an hour almost down on the clock. But now, okay, it's like more equal. Okay, like only like 13 minutes difference, 14 minutes. So not
Yeah, and
much.
I think this trend will continue honestly because I feel now like Black's position may be a bit easier to play. Like the move Bishop F8 was pretty trivial, and
Yeah.
I mean, I say that, but there are some decisions they'll have to make. Rook B8, Bishop D7, F5. So
Yeah, exactly. Like,
maybe
what do you
there,
do? Like
maybe,
this,
maybe it's
maybe.
not so clear. Both players have things to think about. But I'm worried for White in this position a little bit.
No, I mean, definitely middle game phase already, and I mean, black is super solid. But white, yeah, white needs to find some ways to create some dynamics because positionally white is worse because of this pawn with d3, and yeah, bishop is not so great. So white needs to seek some dynamics, and okay, we mentioned these g4 f4 ideas, but and another idea is obviously to play on the queen side. It moves like c5, whether by first rook c1 or queen c2 or even immediately. Sometimes, just to mention this, pawn sacrifices like this do work. Here, I don't think they do because white is left only with, I mean, this passive bishop can't join the game, and just with one active piece, I don't think there is enough compensation. But if, for example, let's just say queen c2 and black plays some random move, okay, c5 then, and I mean, if white manages maybe to reroute the bishop to d2 and supported by b4, then white is getting definitely something. This is a bit far-fetched, I mean, but still, it's an idea that white would be happy to pursue if possible.
Peter also mentions that Felix has a course on the reverse Benoni for White with one knight F3.
Ah, all right, so he's playing against himself, yeah?
That's always hard, isn't it? Can be difficult. Yes, you're using our commentary to help you plow through an intense work project.
Well, glad to
We'll
be of
take it.
help, you know?
Give us credit. We mention us in the acknowledgments, Chris.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that one. Yeah, but that's actually unpleasant. What we see here. That I mean, when you're forced to play against your own openings, that's psychologically tricky because you know a lot and you don't know what your opponent knows, and then you're guessing. I mean, does he know? Do I do this? I mean, do I do that? Does he know about that? How much he knows? And it's kind of double checking yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, it can be tough psychologically for people. I mean, objectively, you would think it would be good because you know
Yeah.
more about that opening, and knowledge is powerful. But psychologically, it can be difficult despite that.
Yeah.
And that is what's surprising to people, finding that they don't play as well as they expect when they're playing in against an opening that they love for the other color. By the way, I just saw that Emilia took a photo.
Yeah.
Emilia is the CEO of the wonderful organization Women in Chess Foundation that I'm on the board of. And she's an organizer of this match, producer, and photographer. So
Yeah.
the wearer of many hats. Thank you, Emilia.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for organizing all this.
Yeah, I never think that organizers in chess get enough love, honestly.
No.
It's so hard, especially live events, man. It's so hard. There's so
Yeah.
many things you have to deal with, and now, like at least in the United States, because of inflation, I think that the prices have gone up for everything, so the
Uh-huh.
margins are thinner. It's very tough, and we need it more than ever now. We really, really need live events because people need reasons to go outside.
Yeah.
The online spirit's like wonderful. There's so many great things about it, but there is, I think, going to be an increasing need for IRL interactions, especially because the rise of AI makes it hard to
Yeah.
interact
Yeah.
online in many cases.
Exactly. Yeah. And I
Amelia
mean,
is the one who also studies Russian chess history. Yes, she's getting a
yeah.
PhD in
Yeah.
a university in Austria right now.
Yeah. She's working on that. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. But when you mention
faster.
organizers like these things, I mean, it's unfair because when everything goes smoothly, nobody says anything. And if something goes badly, then all the guilt goes like
Oh
is
yeah,
is
yeah.
on
It's
them.
great.
So,
It is really, it's the truth. Yeah. And it's like not like these jobs generally are very well compensated. So
yeah, that too. Well,
sometimes it's volunteer, even if it's not, it's usually, a labor of love in many ways. I totally agree with that. And that's why, a lot of times there's award ceremonies and stuff for organizers and tournament directors, and people are like, why are they always giving each other awards? And it's like, well,
yeah, yeah.
that's why. That's
Nobody
why.
else would give them. Yeah.
They deserve
Good,
it.
good point. Yeah, yeah. Good point. If they don't rub each other's backs, nobody else will. So yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wait, what do we got here? So we were looking at G4.
Yeah, well, it's an important moment for White. Yeah, I mean, he needs to decide in which direction to take the game, and like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe no, I don't think he can start with Bishop C1, Bishop D2 because that takes away the D2 square from the knight, so F5 would trap it. So I don't know. I mean, something neutral like Queen C2 maybe makes sense because Queen is usually useful on C2 because controls D4 square. So in something like in an event of F4 knight D2, there is extra protection of E4. Yeah, so arranging that break is very hard now. Not strictly necessary in this position because White anyway has a good control, but still the Queen on C2 supports this C5 break. That was my idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
But
I like that
again,
idea of C5. We just need a little more space for
yeah,
piecing.
yeah.
I mean, I like Queen C2 with the idea of C5 better than your G4 move,
Yeah,
but
G4.
I think I think
G4.
G4 was played though. So David loves your move, David
David
Navara.
loves my move. I don't know if that's good for him or not.
I just like when I see G4, I'm like, okay, now your knight on E4 is solid, but that H4 square, I've got forever.
Yeah,
Like
H4, F4, you got forever.
Queen H4, I could play. I mean, you can't put your bishop back to C1, of course, because
Yeah,
otherwise that F4 square would be too juicy if you let me play like 97, knight G6, knight F4.
yeah.
But
So we looked at something similar, like the bishop C1, knight G6, and maybe H3. I mean, I don't have to play H3. I can go bishop D2, which is more useful because I want to go B4. And this is
Very
just,
strategically rich position now. Very strategically rich.
yeah,
But I just am feeling like excited about having these squares for black. It
yeah.
feels this harmony in my position is higher because the knight on c6, besides defending the e5 pawn, it wasn't really doing that
Yeah,
much. Whereas
now
on
it's,
g6, it's really living its best life.
yeah, yeah. Now there are ideas like rook a6, for example, with the idea to swing the
Oh,
rook.
love it. Love it.
Those
Yes, let's
ideas
do
exist
it.
as well.
Yeah, let's do it. Knight
So
h4, we're coming to g6.
yeah,
Like,
pretty
awesome.
double-edged. Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
double-edged.
double-edged. Yeah.
I mean,
Double-edged, but kind of like in a way where I just I'm more excited for black. But let's
so
say G4 is also now a moment for black where they have a lot of exciting moves, knight e7, queen h4,
yeah,
and it might be a spot
starting
where
with rook
Felix,
a6.
yeah, it might be a spot where, or rook a6, like it might be a spot where Felix feels like he needs to really take his time.
Yeah, for sure, because it's like options are there, but also you need to figure out the most precise way how to implement them. So, but for example, this line that you've shown, I just wanted to show a simple line, let's say rook a6, yeah, and something like this, let's say b4, knight h4, bishop h1, and you swing the rook, h3, and some f5. And this, for example, I mean, I don't think it's good for white anymore because the positional justification of g4 was to get the knight on e4 to be stable. But now actually black manages to dislodge it. So and that then basically the whole concept for white breaks down.
Yeah,
So
yeah, this is a disaster. Yeah, so
yeah,
they won't be able to allow this line.
so that means that okay, it can become very concrete like knight e7 because it's really straightforward for black. Get the knight there, get the rook over. Yeah, knight can
I mean,
come to
just the
h4.
harmony in those lines is very attractive. It's very appealing.
Yeah, whereas white's play slower, more strategic, as you say, because okay, I mean with the knight stable and like you control the square, so you're kind of static on the king side, which leaves only the queen side as a place where to play, which is bishop c1, bishop d2, and b4 as the most sensible plan. So yeah, at the same time you improve the position of the bishop. So I mean it's kind of slow and again can be I mean can become very double-edged in fact. Yeah. I mean, getting the knight to c5, I mean, not in this position probably, yeah, because it's a long way. You don't, and with bishop c1, bishop d2, I probably would get b4 in, and you will never get to c5 with the knight. So the knight either
Yeah,
stays there or gets to
yeah,
g6. Yeah,
yeah.
and
Yeah, I disagree. I think, Peter, that's a matter of being a little bit more flexible because, like, if my opponent hadn't played G4, sure, C5 looks like a pretty cool square.
could be.
But once they play G4, all bets are off. I mean, this is like even juicier than any square I could have possibly imagined before you play G4. So, like, plans change. And that's so much about being really good at chess is being willing to be flexible. And that is one of the reasons why I called my book Thinking Sideways, that like I feel like great chess players, they're willing to change their mind and be flexible more than they are about finding a good plan and following it through. And well, my prediction is that life is going to become more and more like that with things changing so quickly with the rise of AI and uncertainty that we're all going to have to be a little bit more like that.
But Jen, I want to ask you something. Okay, we understand these ideas like, okay, as chess players and applied to chess, but we also have a lot of examples where chess players are not so, at least don't look so well adapted to real life. So how do
Oh
you
yeah.
think that correlates? Like being a very strong, very good chess player, understanding concepts like flexibility, adaptability, and so on, but then in real life not being able to implement it.
Oh yeah, it's so common. I agree because for many players, especially very strong chess players, we learn when we're little kids, so chess becomes more of a language. And actually, like a lot of the lessons that are embedded in good play are not even something we ever consciously thought about. So when I write about these concepts, I'm not even saying that chess players are all really, really good at these things. It's more that they're kind of embedded into the game of chess, which has been popular for so many centuries. And that maybe that's a clue to why it's popular because it presents this challenge that mirrors our capabilities and our difficulties and gives us lessons. Not that chess players are all going to be excellent at it, unfortunately. And you're right. I think one thing that chess doesn't have, which really is so different than poker, is it has no money in it. The game itself is separate from money, which I think is very beautiful. It makes it so powerful, but it also means that when it comes to as a model for life and business, sometimes it doesn't apply because of that. In the same way that poker is like so direct, you know, you're really comparing it to like business transactions so easily.
So you think that the fact that poker has money directly involved makes it closer to life, like real life?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think so. Yeah. And chess, I think, is more of like very artistic. It also, obviously, I wrote a book about it, so I think it also has a lot of life overlap, life lessons. But you're right that you don't want to overstate it because there's so many things about chess that are beautiful because it's not like life, right?
Yeah, true. That's true.
Yes, I do actively play Peter in poker, absolutely. So what do you guys like here? Who I'm liking black. I know this is Felix's channel. It's not because I'm biased. I just like black here. I feel it's a little easier to play for black. We're having so much fun with these moves for black, whereas white, I feel like it's a little bit more challenging, especially with that bishop on b2, having to play the move g4 just to keep my knight on e4 powerful. None of these moves are my favorites. What about you guys? Is anybody in the chat loving white?
So
Well,
while chat
Alex,
is
you kind of like white, right? You seem like
yeah,
you
I'm a
like
Benoni player, so
okay.
I would take the white side. Yeah, but the thing is, like, there is one more plan which is also quite sharp, but can be very dangerous for well, even both sides. Is actually to go g6 and force through f5. Okay, so I played g4 to stop f5, but you can actually force it through with g6 f5. Now that opens up both kings. It makes the game much sharper. Yeah, but it can be quite dangerous for white. I mean, imagine black doing something like king h7. I don't know, knight goes away, bishop d6, rook g8, and can become very unpleasant for white. It's a possible plan. I'm not saying that it's forced to go f5. You can go slowly, king bishop g7, king h7, and then maybe just prepare for f5 and push the knight back and so on. But it's another idea when white has played g4 just to actually force through f5. You're stopping him from f5? No, I'll just force it through and get your knight ejected from e4. That's another plan that's possible.
Yeah, I do know him, Peter. I was just doing a event with Chess in the Schools in New York. It was a charity poker fundraiser, and he was there as well as many stars from the chess and poker worlds. Many, many stars. Hello, Mom. Maybe you remember me from all sorts of places. Grand Tester commentary, perhaps. Poker. Or maybe I just have a familiar face.
You're everywhere, yeah? You're very familiar. Celebrity.
All right, so Alex is fine with white. He'd take white. But what about chat? What do y'all think?
Yeah, chat can decide who they like.
Well, we are on Felix's channel for the most part. Does that make us biased? Well, everybody loves David Navara, so I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
He's got to be one of the most beloved players.
Sure.
So nice. One of my favorite videos from David Navara was when he was asked to name all the women's world champions, and he did it like so quickly. He got everyone, even some of the ones that people don't know, like Baikova, Rudenko. I feel like there's a lot of people who know about, of course, Gaprindashvili and Susan Polgar and Tiranese, but there's like some names from like the early days that they forget.
Yeah.
He just like named them all. Love to see the support of women's chess from all players, not just women. I think that's like really important, you know.
And what is the next project you're working on women in chess within the foundation?
Well, we have our scholars program, and we're actually just finishing up with the cycle of applicants. I believe the deadline is June 15th. I will double check with Emilia.
Yeah.
She's in the chat, so she can perhaps confirm that. And that is to apply for the Chessable Scholars Program, where you get weekly lessons and free Chessable courses. Amazing program. I guest lecture in that every year. So if you know any girls who would be perfect for it, consider applying, because I believe there's still a few days left to apply, or
Nice.
give them the application form.
And what would be the requirements to apply?
Well, you have to be under the age of 18, and don't quote me on this because I don't have it in front of me, but also the rating range is very interesting in that we're not just looking for the highest rated players, we're looking for players who could develop well with the extra assistance that the Women in Chess Foundation wants to provide. Because what I find often is that the top woman from a country or a major city often gets a lot of support, but it's sometimes the one who's like number 2 or number 3 who gets completely neglected. And I think that that is unfortunate, because a lot of times they just need that extra push, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you concentrate resources too much on just like one dream player, if that person ends up quitting, then you're left with nothing, right?
Exactly.
You're left with no female players from that generation or that area. So I think kind of building that middle area is really important.
Nice. Yeah, it's very people.
Oh, Emilia said that it technically ended on June 1st, but she hasn't closed the form yet. So if somebody applies in the next couple days, they can get it.
That's nice.
Nicest top player I've ever met. Wait, who's that? Oh, Navara. Okay, yes. Don't tell Hikaru. Don't worry. I don't think Hikaru is going to argue with you on that, Chris.
Even Hikaru wouldn't argue.
Hikaru is wonderful, but I mean, come on. Like, nicest top player you've ever met. Like, David Navara. He's up there. He's up there.
Yeah, for sure. Wow, how long is he thinking already? Just a second, okay. Wow, already 13 minutes. So yeah, big decision, yeah. How to continue, because after G4, okay, I mean the position kind of obtained its character.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's very different than what a pawn on G3. The significance is so high. It really makes it so much more double-edged. And I think Felix is having fun probably looking at some of these variations with knight e7 and queen e4. But you can't have too much fun, because at some point you got to make a move, because this will get really wild. So if you use too much time here, then he'll have to pay for it later.
Yeah. Do you have a time limit in poker when you have to make your decision? How long are you allowed to think?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that, Alex, because in recent years, there have been the adoption much more widely of chess clocks and shot clocks in poker tournaments. Before that, like I would say like 10 years ago, you almost never had it. So people would just think as long as they wanted. And that caused a lot of issues because the well-studied players would start to just think for a really long time, hoping to make more money or to make a better decision. And it became problematic because people would copy them and the tournaments would just take forever and a hand would take forever, which was of course terrible for the live viewing experience. So they have adopted shot clocks in most high stakes tournaments. Now for a big tournament, not even high stakes, like smaller tournaments, for big tournaments which attract thousands of players, they still don't have that because
it's hard to implement.
It can be unpleasant if you don't play poker that often to sit there and suddenly have a clock on you. So there's still a bit of a mix. It's like some tournaments have them, some don't.
I see.
Is there a chance, Brian TDF says, that Navara plays the Kid, the King's Indian Defense, or the Benko tomorrow? I mean, I guess a lot depends on how this game ends, right, Alex?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't think. I mean, he'll take that decision after this game, what to do tomorrow. But mind you, he can't play the Benko because normally Felix opens with one knight f3, so there is no Benko. And yeah, King's Indian you can play, but still, I mean, it's not a given that you manage to get a complicated game even with the King's Indian if White wants to keep it dull. So, but anyway, let's not rush. I mean, let's see how this game goes, and then he will decide. I mean, no point thinking about that right now. Yeah.
Emilia.
Try to convince
Should
the
I try to
London.
convince Felix to play the London? Absolutely not. See? The last time I did this, he lost. See, and if you don't learn from your mistake,
Exactly.
then the second time it really is bad, right? No.
Yeah, don't convince him to play the London. You'll get a lot of hate from chat.
Yeah, and twice? No, you can't do it. Can't do it. No. A lot of hate and a lot of love. There's a love-hate relationship that many people have with the
Okay,
London.
he's
I'm more on
reaching
the
for the
hater
knight.
side.
Let's see. Reaching for the knight, 97.
Oh, baby.
97
97.
played. Okay, so we got that one, right?
Look at this. Look at how the pieces are. Like, if you just look at the pieces and you don't see anything else, it looks like horrible development for black.
Yeah.
But the crazy thing is, it's actually like pretty powerful. Like, we're kind of
Yeah,
scared as
especially.
white, you know? But if you just look at that position, it looks quite terrible. It looks like looks like, what kind of shape is that of the chess position right now? Everything's on the
Yeah.
back row except one knight.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is like getting ready for the fight. You step back, one step back, and then you go forward. Yeah, knight comes forward. I mean, maybe come more forward, and then maybe the rook is coming, and white's pieces. They'll get in contact fairly soon, both armies. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the recalibrate. Like we're moving backwards to move forward.
yeah,
That is word. We go backwards to move forward.
yeah. And now, okay, it's white needs to, I mean, decide how to deal. Like we showed this fairly, I mean, logical, not forced, but logical variation. Okay, when white wants to improve the bishop with bishop c1, black gets the knight to g6, then bishop, okay, h3 is not necessary. Bishop d2 is probably more to the point with the idea of b4, but now rook a6. And this becomes very concrete. Okay, knight h4, uh, rook g6, f5, all these can come, and it can become a bit tricky. I mean, possible idea for white can be, in fact, okay, we play g4 to stop f5, but actually moving the knight and getting that square for the bishop can be a readjustment, because after knight h4, you don't want to end up with the bishop in the corner, and with knight on g3 also blocks the g file. And also bishop on e4 doesn't allow bishop g6. So this could be a possible rearrangement of white's pieces. Let's say knight h4, bishop e4. And still there is relatively strong control of f5. Okay, and the pieces are stable. Yeah, and there is no g6.
Interesting. There's no rook
Okay.
g6, right? This is okay. This makes some sense. So what if I try to like remove your bishop on like play bishop d7 with the idea of bishop c6?
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, let's say b4. Okay, I don't know bishop c6 if b5 works or not, but let's assume it doesn't.
That
Doesn't
looks like
matter.
fun. Yeah, so you're not going to play b5 because
I'm not
then
gonna play b5 just to make a point, okay? And I don't know,
yeah.
maybe b2, and you exchange, and I get a queen there. So I'm still keeping the light square control. Yeah, and well, not unhappy here with
No,
white.
I agree. I don't like this bishop d7, bishop c6 thing I tried because I can play rook g6 now, but I feel like my light squared bishop was actually kind of important. So unless I have a
Yeah,
really good reason, I shouldn't be trading that off. No, I was just like trying to think about different ideas here. Can I play for g6 and f5?
yeah, that's very
Yeah.
sharp. That's very sharp. Yeah. F5 coming. Yeah, but okay, you need to prepare it probably. Okay,
Yeah,
sometimes
that's the thing. You have bishop d5 check, exactly.
yeah,
So I do
the
have to
king
prepare it
and
properly. And now I've limited myself from putting my rook on g6. So,
yeah.
I give something, I get something, but I
I
do have
mean,
to give.
ultimately, you could still get the rook there. Let's say after f5. Yeah, check. Okay, king moves, and then you maybe can get it.
Hello to a random chess player, YouTube. I like the handle. Catalan indeed. Yeah, so
Yeah.
all this requires a lot of energy, and that is why I'm a little worried about the time situation for Felix. But the position
Yeah.
itself, I'm liking.
Yeah, okay. I mean, 40 minutes for, well, 23 moves, it's, well, not so much, especially given the fact that the position remains complicated and there are a lot of options that you need to consider. David is obviously much more comfortable from that respect, having a full hour, but he also needs to consider things. Yeah.
Emilia asks, what opening should I learn? I'm joining the Australian Women's League next year. Well, I feel like the Queen's Gambit might be a good one for you. What do you like to recommend to players, adult improvers, Alex?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, I'm classically biased, yeah, and normally I say, okay, just play classical openings, Queen's Gambit decline, e4, e5, maybe Caro-Kann, maybe French, but e4, e5, d4, d5 is the classical repertoire where you can't go wrong with black, and you practically guaranteed you're getting a good position. And with white, okay, that's more like a personal choice, like whichever kind of way you want to go, e4, d4, c4, knight f3, all are good. You just find what you like. And yeah, I understand these repertoires require some study, but you can't get away from study. So I think, yeah, just stick to classical.
Yeah, I sometimes when people are kind of like London curious,
Uh-huh.
I like to advise them to try to like combine the London with the Queen's Gambit. So sometimes play the London, sometimes play the Queen's
Yeah,
Gambit, and then gradually they can kind of merge which ones they want to play against. Like for instance, play the Queen's Gambit against d4, d5, and play the London against like the King's Indian and stuff.
yeah,
And then they can kind of slowly add the normal d4 openings into their repertoire as they go through things.
yeah,
It's kind of like a it's like a 12-step plan to stop playing the London if you really think about
yeah,
it. 12
yeah.
steps.
Yeah, London, Dutch. Okay, London is better than the Dutch. Ditch the Dutch and well, London. Okay, you can stick to it if you have no time to study like another opening with white. But Dutch, yeah, you probably need something better with black. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, no Dutch. Ditch
no,
the Dutch. I like that.
ditch the Dutch.
Yes, we move backwards to go forwards to think sideways. Yes, Emilia, that's right.
That's well said. Yeah. Okay, so he went bishop c1. In fact, okay, so it's following the
Okay.
line we mentioned. Now, okay, knight g6 should come fairly quickly because that's why he put the knight on e7.
Yeah, the G6 square was calling the knight.
I mean, that's why he played knight e7, so I expect him to make the move fairly quickly because like that was the idea, right?
Yeah, and he knows he's going to need these 40 minutes later. In fact, that's something I really notice about strong players that I used to really struggle with when I played chess very competitively. I would often get into time pressure. And if I analyzed why I was getting into time pressure, it was not the deep thinks. It was that I would often follow up the deep thinks with medium thinks. So I
Uh-huh.
didn't have the confidence to go with my deep think and then
Uh-huh.
make a few moves quickly. And so in order to win my championships, I had to improve that skill. So it's like it's
Uh-huh.
fine to do a deep think, but then have some confidence. What you analyze, play it a little bit more quickly, because what I would do is I would rehash everything I already looked at, and so the 15-minute would be followed up with like a 2 or 3 minute, and all that frittering away would add up. Same way that sometimes people have issues with their financial management, right? It's not the
Uh-huh.
big purchases; it's the kind of frittering, right? This and that.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Yeah. We don't hate the Dutch. Dutch people are great. I can confirm that. But the opening, I will just whenever people I'm asked about the Dutch or something, I like to quote Petrosian. Okay. The world champion said it best, I think, and he said it like, if your opponent wants to play the Dutch, the only and the most important thing you must do is to not try to stop them.
I love
No,
it. Yeah, great
that's
point.
that.
Oh yeah, if I know I'm an E4 player, but if my opponent's going to play the Dutch, I got to play D4.
Yeah,
Well put.
exactly. Yeah, you get more. Yeah, yeah.
I'm in. You're putting your pawn in F5. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you moving your F pawn, guys? All right, we do have a move. I'm assuming you play
Yeah,
knight
knight
G6.
g6 was
Yes,
played. Yeah,
I see that horsey on G6.
yeah, yeah.
That's a beautiful chess set, by the way.
Yeah, classical chess set. Yeah, I use them. Nice.
I see in the recaps, it looks very nice.
Uh-huh.
The recaps that he's posting on his YouTube shorts where you see like the vertical shot of the chess set. It's really nice.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the c6, d5, c5, knight f6, bishop e7, the queen's gambit decline, something Tarash kind of style. That's pretty universal. Yeah, you can play that against many things. Like you do it universally against anything but e4, and against e4, yeah, you can start with the French, and then depending on circumstances. So it's a universal like setup. Yeah. Leningrad. I mean, look, nowadays with openings, I mean, a lot of things are okay because engines can make everything work, or almost everything. Yeah. But from a human perspective, I don't know. I mean, it just appears so easier to play with white. And I don't think it's a practical choice, like we're speaking about the Dutch, because, okay, whichever Dutch you want to play, okay? You want to play Stonewall, you want to play Leningrad, you want to play Classical. White has so many different setups that it's like really not a very practical opening, you know? Yeah, you play f5, and now even after f5, they can go bishop f5, bishop f4, h4, h3, g4, e4, like literally everything. Yeah, come on. I mean, sure, I mean, everybody can do their own thing, but to me, it's just not very practical thing. But we have actually an interesting move, g5, we did not consider now in the game. That,
G5.
that's
Oh, okay,
actually very
yes.
interesting.
Blocking the queen from coming to h4. Okay, yeah, because that was one of the, or the, well, I guess the knights can still go there, but right now we have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, but this is also an abandonment of the strategical idea of stopping f5, because after, let's say, hg, okay,
We could
probably
play
like
queen h5
this
first,
way.
by the way, yeah. Or we could start with queen h5, but sure, knight g5. Just
So
caught my eye that for some reason, if pawn takes g5, we could also start with queen h5, perhaps.
h5, yeah, queen
Not sure
h5.
why, just
No, it's possible because you can't just defend the king.
exactly. That was kind of what I was thinking, why like this move order could
I
be
don't know what
cool.
happens after knight f4, but okay, you guys
We
should
can
take.
take and play knight g5, but then yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, which
that's
way are you gonna take?
no, I must
Oh, because
take
because then you have what? Oh yeah,
bishop f. No, I don't have
the
bishop.
f7's hanging too, though.
No,
Yeah,
this is bad. Okay, this is bad.
yeah.
But like I suppose bishop e7 can be played.
You can play bishop e7, indeed, indeed, and then I guess I just have to play knight takes
This.
g5 or bishop takes g5. I don't know. Knight takes g5 looked appealing too, but this one preserves the knight, which is a very important piece to the checkmating attacks.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, maybe this is actually quite concrete. G5, trying
But
to
don't we
play
don't
some
have to? Do we have
tactical
to take
choices.
though? Can't we do something besides taking here as black?
Yes, like what?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I feel
Positional
like
idea is like you move the knight and then go in.
yeah.
That's a positional idea. But if
And if
knight
f5, there's like an en passant. No, he did take. He did take. It looks
he
like
took, all right.
he took. You know,
Queen h5 is interesting.
I mean, knight takes d5 right away seems similar, right? Because I don't know. I just like having the flexibility of
You
choosing which
can't
one
do
to take by that.
this because you're getting mated.
Yeah, so you can't play f6 anyway. So
Yeah.
this also looks interesting. Knight takes g5 just immediately.
Yeah.
Is there a difference there? Like, can you play knight f4 here to any impacts? I don't think so.
No,
Because
just
I think
take it.
taking queen h5 is just
Right.
crushing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, now okay, well, we have to think. This is becoming very, very concrete and kind of menacing on the king side.
Honestly, I missed g5 because I thought like that the point of
Yeah,
g4.
I missed it too because I mean we were focused on like strategical things, like
Yeah, exactly. Because
by
it also just
squares
looks
and
it looks weird. It looks weird, but now that I see it, I'm like, oh, I really like this idea
yeah, yeah.
because able to control the key squares that were really irritating us before, like the h4 square and stuff, and kind of wrest the initiative back from black, which will be temporary if we don't do this right away and black gets to put their pieces on good squares. We saw
Right.
black getting a really big initiative.
Exactly.
So
This is
I
what
definitely like that.
I was going to say. This is very concrete, and if it doesn't work, white is practically busted because exchanging the g pawn for h4 like allows f5, the knight is pushed back, and white is rolled over. So this must work tactically. I mean, it's a Benoni thing. Like if everything hinges on like if it works tactically on a move by move basis or no. So I mean, I assume Navara calculated, like, let's see how much time he spent on that. I spent 1 minute. Well, I mean,
Well, I
maybe,
think he thought of it when he played
yeah, yeah,
G4.
exactly. He
Yeah,
probably was
yeah.
thinking about it while Black was thinking and also preparing it from earlier. Uh, so
So now
this
big
now
moment, knight G5,
strategically,
queen H5, or well, yeah, bishop D5 doesn't look great, right? Can we eliminate bishop takes G5? I feel like that seems like the less of the three options, or no?
well, I don't know. It runs into f6, but even this, I'm not sure about.
Yeah, yeah, it's still work. You still kind of have to look at it. I agree. I agree. I mean, is bishop G5, bishop E7 maybe a reason not to play it? Because obviously white wants to get some aggression in
And then
here.
still queen h5, yeah.
There is indeed. Yeah. So not there's a lot. Basically, my point is that there's a lot to look at here for
Yeah,
black
yeah, yeah.
because
So
all
okay,
three moves, queen H5,
yeah,
knight G5, and bishop G5, are worth considering.
yeah. So it's not a surprise that Navarra is thinking it.
No, I obviously I'm kind of like excited about queen H5 because it's the most aggressive, but I mean they all have their benefits.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so actually interesting development. Yeah, I mean, not what we expected, but much more exciting, I would say.
Yeah, very exciting, especially for white because I was liking black because I didn't see this idea.
Yeah,
Now that I see this idea, I like white more.
yeah,
Because I,
yeah, yeah.
you know,
Yeah, never underestimate the Benoni. You know? I mean,
yeah, we
Benoni,
really need that rook on a6, Alex, so that we can play f5. No, I don't think we actually have time though because you're
well,
mating me. So like if only I had my rook on a6, it would be so much nicer because then my knight on g6 would be protected and I could
yes.
play for f5 in certain variations or I could just do more things. But right now, I don't know what to do. What did we look at so far? We looked at knight f4, we're losing. So
Yeah.
that's not good. Can we try something like queen d7 to get to queen g4? No, it's too slow.
Go ahead.
Did you just take on g5, threatening mate in one?
No, but I mean, Bishop e7 looks like the kind of the
Bishop
only way.
e7 looks like the right move just to get
Gets rid of the knight if the knight takes, but we take with the
exactly.
bishop.
Yeah. So you have to take with the bishop. We looked at this, right? And now what? Now we can go
Okay,
f5.
and I mean, you can play some knight f8, you know, and to cover h7, you know, in case knight comes to g5, and then okay, I mean, f7 is also not a problem because I mean, some exchange
Yes.
happens. You can defend like this.
It's too bad I don't have my and then maybe c5 now. It's funny we were looking at this move c5 for a
Yeah,
while.
c5. I mean, also like some king h8 rook g1, king h1 rook
Yeah.
g1.
Yeah. Because right now I guess you would just take on g5 and play like queen d7 or something.
Yeah, I can do that. Or queen f6 or something, you know.
Yeah. No, I do have bishop d5, but you have bishop e6. So yeah, anyway, very interesting
Yeah,
stuff.
rook
Yeah.
f4, bishop rook e4. I don't know. This can be kind of unpleasant for black.
That's why maybe queen d7 instead to try to play like queen g4 check, try to see if I can finagle a queen trade offer and see how that helps
Okay,
my position, if at
queen
all.
h5. So okay, we can see this. Yeah, I mean
Okay, so
now.
we'll see these lines probably. We'll probably see bishop e7 because you can't allow a knight takes g5
Yeah, that's a
checkmating. No, can't
massive
allow that.
threat. Massive threat. So bishop e7 and then okay, bishop g5. I mean, I don't know if knight g5 like this exchange. Okay, I'm not so too keen about it.
Yeah, me neither. Like the knight seems to be so important for our attack. And how,
Yeah, and this, as we spoke earlier, this bishop, like, I mean, these pawns really limit its activity. You
yeah,
know?
like you have congratulations, you have the two bishops, but
Yeah, but the
when it
bishop.
comes to attacking the knight, attacking a king side, a knight can be more powerful than a bishop.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
close
one of the
range.
times when the knight really shines. People like to talk about close positions, but its coordination with a queen and attack is another place where the
Yeah.
knight can often outshine the bishop.
Yes. So here, okay, black has can make some moves. I mean, it's not obligatory to take and go knight f8. You can start, let's say, rook a6, as we said, yeah. And if I take, then you've won a tempo in a way, yeah. Okay, knight there, knight f8, and now maybe the rook can come in. Black is fine, yeah.
Yeah, some very sneaky defense there. I mean, I could play bishop d5
Yeah, bishop d5.
to block you from. Oh, but even rook h6 here, the tactics might. No, I just have queen takes f7
there's
check,
queen
winning a
f7.
pawn.
Okay, so
So,
you went bishop e7. So
and my idea was that if bishop e6, then switch back to e4 or something. Oh, but you're gonna play there. Okay.
yeah, but this looks a bit unpleasant
Yeah.
sure. I mean, there is also. I mean, I don't know this. Can I go?
Bishop e7 was played by Felix, by the way. 35
Yeah,
minutes
bishop
left on
e7.
the
Yeah,
clock.
I don't know if I can play this. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter's also looking at these ideas of queen d7 and queen g4, but we have to take care of the concrete to start, as Felix did with the move bishop e7 on the board.
Yeah, bishop e7, and now a decision how to take on g5. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're saying bishop.
I would take with a bishop, but it's so straightforward.
But I agree with these ideas like queen d7 to try to play queen g4. It's like we got to find a way to get the queen into the defense before you're given the chance to play your like rook lifts that were annoying earlier, like rook e4 and whatnot. Well, let's see. Big moment here. Knight takes g5 or bishop takes g5. What do you think, chat? What is he going to do?
Chat is not sure either. Yeah,
They're still talking about the Dutch.
Yeah, talking. That's not a good subject, guys.
Can you imagine how lost we'd be if we played the Dutch here? Our pawn on f7 would be gone. We would have resigned.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Bishop g5. I mean, this rook a6 was working okay, I think.
Or rook e6, yeah.
But okay, now maybe I could just go kh1. Put the rook there, won't harm.
And how about queen d7 here?
Queen d7, all right.
Now I'm really letting you line up for it. After rook g1, queen g4, do you have some kind of tactic there?
Yeah, okay.
You do, right?
I don't know if I have something, but
It looks very sus.
yeah. I mean, there is some like, okay, just takes, knight c5. Yeah, now this one is king.
Yeah, that is. And my bishop is also hanging at the end of the line, which is annoying.
At least this, okay? I mean, at least this. So this idea, okay, I mean, I don't know if it works. But this looks dangerous for black. Yeah, I mean, getting attacked.
Yeah, maybe we don't play rook. What about the queen d7 idea before you have time to get your rook into the game?
So here immediately.
Well, wait, after bishop e7. Well, we played bishop e7.
Ah, yeah, bishop e7, bishop g5, yeah?
Yeah, and like now queen d7 with the idea of playing queen g4. Wow, your bishop's still in g2 and all that.
But now you lose tempo, no?
Oh, yeah, and then you have knight g5, right? Yeah.
I mean, the idea was to kind of wait for bishop e7 so you can take and not lose the tempo and make a useful move. But now you have to lose the tempo. I don't know, take with the rook. I don't know, maybe this still somehow holds. I don't know.
You do have bishop h3 ideas. Is that any good though? Bishop h3, is that good there? Probably not. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, bishop h3 also maybe, yeah.
Yeah, rook e4. Yeah, this looks dangerous to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't know. It just game goes on, but still very, very tricky. Yeah, I mean. Yeah.
Bobby Fischer's idea against Ulf Anderson. Interesting. Bobby Manu fan. I'll check that game out. I actually don't know what game you're. You're talking about off the top of my head, but it looks like a really interesting comp.
Yeah, but that was completely different. That was in the Hedgehog. That G4 G5. It was in the
Oh, okay. I think I get it.
yeah.
Have it. Was that in 60 memorable games? Do you remember?
No, it wasn't. That was played after the book was published. That was
Okay.
played in after Ziegen Olympia in 1970, and he started as 1B3. It was an exhibition game. He won a nice game, but actually he didn't. It's not the first time he played that G4 G5 plan. He actually played it at Havana Olympia 1966 against Soruco, I think. He played it in the Najdorf. And he also played it in some, I think, simultaneous exhibitions, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, that's, I mean, a known plan nowadays, but not exactly in this type of positions. But wow, so he took with the knight. Okay, so we have a different direction.
Yes, he did take with the knight. The prospect of gaining those two bishops was irresistible.
Yeah, but now there will be no mate. Yeah, I mean, without
Yeah. And there will not be a mate. I agree.
no mate.
As commentators, we're always looking for the mate.
Yeah,
But I can tell you, Felix isn't going to think too long before snapping that knight off. That knight cannot live. It
no,
needs to go.
he needs to die right there, right now.
You've done your job.
What's he thinking about then?
About the move after it.
Yeah, but just make the move and then thinking.
Because I think everything else is just like lost, right? Because you can't even play knight f8 here, queen f7.
No,
Yeah,
no,
there it is. Bye bye. Good
it.
night. Night. Amazon Fledgling asks, sorry guys, but what happened to the first stream? I think that we might be on a different URL, Amazon, because of a technical issue. But now we're here and you're here, so yay.
Yeah. Yeah, now what? Move the queen somewhere. We said queen d7 with these ideas of queen g4.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been doing, right? For
But
the most part, trying d7 with queen g4. But is there rook e4? Is that any good? Because if we can't actually play queen g4, then having our queen in front of the bishop is pretty awkward.
yeah, this is
So
what I'm thinking. I mean,
yeah,
that's not quite possible. You just put a queen somewhere in the center.
yeah. We call these artificial moves when you play a move with a very specific
Yeah.
idea in mind, like queen d7 to g4. But if it doesn't work, your queen is on a silly square. So queen d6, by contrast, is a natural move, not an artificial move.
Yeah, maybe we'll go bishop f5, maybe stuff like that. So maybe bishop
Yeah.
e4. And
Mhm.
now rook a6. I mean, some complex game. Yeah, king h1.
It's a funny pawn structure with a pawn on g2 just missing.
Yeah. But
It's weird, but queen d7 was played, so
queen
that
d7.
idea of queen g4 appealing to Felix. But what about rook e4? Is rook a4 a good move, or
We don't
will
threaten
it?
anything, do we? We can't go there.
Exactly, that is true.
No, I was thinking, let's say I go bishop e4 and I let you exchange queens, right? And now I just do okay, I can maybe take on b7, which is a pawn.
And then if rook b8, you have bishop
And some bishop
c6.
c6, some stuff like that. Okay, a pawn, but kind of clamped down, so maybe there is some compensation. But
Is there
my
anything
second idea was okay,
anything else
I just
anything
go
else there I can do? I just hate that. I hate giving up that pawn. I'm gonna
uh-huh.
be honest. That so wait, queen g. Is there anything else I can do here, or after queen g4? Yeah, I don't like that line. So maybe can I play queen? Does it help for me to play queen h3 instead? But then you have bishop g6, maybe.
I
Bishop
mean,
takes. Bishop
no,
takes
but I mean,
g.
if I take, you have perpetual at least. But no, I'll just exchange and do the same, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering if there's any difference here with my bishop on h3. Probably not. No.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But even without taking that on b7, I think this is kind of comfortable Benoni stuff because I'm getting my majority forward and my bishop is supporting the advance of the majority, and you have, I mean, you no longer have this central play that you normally have in the middle game. It looks pretty comfortable for white.
Yes,
Even
it
the
does.
end game, I mean. And
Yeah,
I
I
think
agree.
what we
I agree.
underestimated, I think, was that when we were taking with the bishop here on g5, is that I kind of assumed that that bishop will be bad because black will play f6, and then I have to go all the way back to d2, and this pawn structure would limit my bishop. But you can never do that because the knight is hanging. So
Yeah. Well, maybe one day we'll be able to do it, but I don't want
yeah,
to. I don't want to give up a pawn. I got to be honest. That those I don't like giving up a pawn. You then you have a pawn and the two bishops.
yeah,
There's
but
got to be
how?
something else, like just
how
play passive, like rook
okay, six,
a6.
okay, six. I mean, you just defend the knight.
Yeah, just defend, and then maybe I'll play queen g4 later when I have after bishop b7 I have rook b6 forking the bishop and the pawn in those end games, so I don't lose a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now if I play,
Yeah,
oh sure, I could do it right away, like it, or I could do a queen trade there, right? Like with queen h3, and I'm not losing.
but I'm happy in the end game. Okay, even if I don't take, I'm just happy. I go
Yeah.
b4.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't live the two bishops we can live with, but the two
Yeah,
bishops and a pawn?
yeah, come on,
Like,
yeah.
come on, give us a break.
But here also b4. I mean, I don't need to move the king, just b4.
Just play b4 instead.
Yeah,
I like that.
just b4 and like I don't see like I kind of at some point black's positions. I mean, maybe he underestimated g5 because up to that point, 97, it was looking kind of nice, knight coming to g6 and so on. But maybe this dynamic kind of option of g5, maybe Felix underestimated because now it feels like white is kind of doing well. At least that's my impression. So I don't know, bishops and like this majority. I mean, that's enough to win the game. Especially as black doesn't seem to have any counterplay. Like any this f5 e4 with fewer pieces on the board, it's not really dangerous, and it's very rare that it can happen. There is always bishop d5, so white is in a way safe from those breaks. And okay, they just do their own stuff. And especially when the queen's with the queen's off. So maybe black shouldn't actually exchange queens, but then I mean, why did he play queen d7 then? Yeah.
Yeah, but then why do we play queen d7 and now our pieces look very awkward? Yeah. All right, well, let's see what happens here. It's still, Navarra hasn't played bishop e4 yet, right?
No, I mean, okay, he can maybe play bishop d5. I don't know, threatening this. And yeah, you can exchange queens, but again, we're getting that at endgame. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. While Navarra is thinking, perhaps we can have a short break. Yeah, and hopefully when we get back, we'll get a move and see how the game progresses.
Yeah, keep those questions and comments coming. We'll take them after the break. See you in a
Yeah.
couple.
Yeah. See you soon. Welcome back to the live commentary of Game 4 of the match between Grandmasters Felix Blohberger and David Navara. Before the break, we left off the position after Black's move Queen d7, which we assumed was intended to exchange queens with Queen g4. And we mostly discussed the move Bishop e4, centralizing the bishop. But Navara spent quite some time, and now they're actually even on the clocks and went for the immediate b4. And that is also in a way in line with what we came to the conclusion with the analysis, because white is not against the exchange of queens as long as he can advance with the pawn majority on the queen side. But Jen, what do you think?
I think this B4 move makes a lot of sense. I mean, as you were saying, in all of these lines, if you're able to get that queenside majority expanded without black getting any counterplay, it should be really nice. Really nice.
Yeah,
Now the
that's the
question is,
ideal.
could we do something like take and trade on A1, and then is there anything exciting that we can do there? Like, can we play B5? Looks like terrible.
Yeah,
Uh,
b5 is pretty terrible because you're giving up a
yeah.
protected passed pawn that can advance, and you can't even use the d5 square. So
I needed to get B5 in before you play B4 because the problem is now Rook
yeah,
A1, Rook
now
A1.
it's hard. Yeah, yeah. But I also think trading on A1 also gives some
No, we can't do
possibilities to
this.
white to use the rook. Yeah,
And what if we play after, yeah, after use the Rook? Yeah, I don't want to play B5 anymore.
b5, not really, no.
No, no, I was just saying if we could get that in a way that didn't allow C5 maybe, but
Yeah,
with this,
I mean sometimes black does that. I mean, okay, the rook is hanging, but sometimes, for example, if you manage to kind of establish control over the d5 square and sometimes and blockade the pawn safely, then sometimes it's possible. But obviously that's not the case here.
what about Queen G4 here? After in
Yeah,
that position with the
but
idea
it's
that if
always
we
the
trade
pawn. Yeah, pawn is
Bishop,
always.
we have Bishop B2, yeah. Oh, well, my rook's hanging.
Yeah.
My rook on A8 is still hanging
And
here.
it's even worse now because now I get the pawns rolling. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well,
this is
no, no, no. I was gonna take on A1 so that at least I have like Bishop E2 at the end, but
you mean here, uh, here Queen G, no, Queen G4, yeah.
yes. And like after Queen G4, Bishop G4, you have Bishop B7,
But I have
uh
okay one. Okay,
and if and if I play Bishop E2 first, what happens there?
Bishop E2. I guess I
You
go
just
back here.
you just go back, yeah.
Yeah, it's not looking great. This.
No, it's looking terrible. Looking
Yeah.
terrible. But we gotta have something.
Well, Felix definitely needs to find something because otherwise White's play is just easy. Probably just start advancing one way or another. I mean, what can make sense is some move like Rook A6,
Yeah.
and but then again, where to put the rook after I push B5? Where do you put it? It's weird. My idea was actually to be able to play B6 and kind of try to limit this majority, but maybe Rook B8, and then if C5 B. No, no, even this is bad. No, so I can't do that either. Not looking good. I don't like it because it starts to appear like a dream scenario, Benoni scenario for white. I mean, strong bishops supporting the pawn majority and no real play by black here. Yeah, I mean you can't push e4. You're kind of restricted on the king side because the knight is kind of you can't move the f pawn. Knight is king. If you move the knight, there is also bishop d5 or bishop e4. So it's a bit. I don't like it so much. I mean,
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it doesn't look very promising right now. We gotta find something here. Felix does, that is. And the clocks are pretty equal now. But Felix here now in a bit of a think and hasn't come up with anything yet. Rook
Yeah, rook
a6 to
a6.
d6 to d5, says Bobby Manu fan.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna put that pawn on bishop on d5. I don't think so. Yeah, if you manage that exchange sacrifice, it would be actually quite good. Okay, let's just put it on the board just to show you something. In this is actually excellent for black. I mean, he just
Yeah, but they have to put their bishop there when you do that.
exactly.
So, yeah.
So he went rook a6. So what is his idea if I push b5?
Well, you said he did play rook a6. Yes,
Yeah,
I see.
it's
Good.
on
So
the
rook
board.
a6 is on the board.
I mean, maybe rook b6 to stop. So and I go a4 and I want to push c5, and I maybe go this and try to blockade. But then this bishop triumphantly rejoins the game and wins. So you can't even establish blockade on c5. I mean, it's
Well, maybe after b5, just stick the rook on d6.
yeah, but then I just go c5.
And wait, weren't we trying to, wasn't somebody trying to sacrifice her, like with
Yeah,
rook
rook d5,
d5? I
like
think that's what he meant. Yeah, maybe he meant this line.
passive sacrifice. Yeah.
Bishop, well, because now we're giving up a whole exchange. We don't even get a pawn for it. Yeah, but I mean, do we get a pawn on c5? No, because bishop d5, queen d5, rook c1, you can hold on to
Yeah, I
everything.
can start with rook c1, in fact. I mean, this is a silly rook.
Right. You can start with rook c1. Oh yeah, and now the rook is basically trapped.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is not fun. But just for the
No,
sake of argument, can you take the rook? Because I'm just curious, what's the deal? Like bishop d5, queen d5, rook c1.
I can take the rook, sure I can.
Yeah. I mean, this looks.
I mean, you could hope to somehow hold it in a way that, okay, you have central control and you go bishop d7 to stop c6 maybe. And, I mean, this one is hanging, maybe I go a4 and you just kind of hold. Yeah, I mean, just stay like this. So it's harder for me to break through because my king is a little bit weak, c6 is not really going through, so harder for me to break through. But I can imagine some compensation here for
Yeah, some compensation. You also have to keep your eye on e4.
yeah, I mean, still
But
not
this,
ideal, but I
but
can
very
imagine
sharp.
some compensation.
Very sharp. I mean, b5, b5, rook d6, c5, rook
Yeah.
d5 is incredibly sharp.
But the point is, like, I don't need to rush. I can go rook c1, I threaten c6, and then I
Yeah,
can
no, I like that. I really like this, just like you don't have to take right away. I love it. Let me just see, is there anything cool we can do here, like with e4, like pawn to
before
e4?
I
I
was
don't,
looking, I can
and
just
then I have knight f4 stuff though. Oh, but you have queen h7
yeah.
mating. Yeah.
No, I was
I
thinking
guess I
maybe we
was
can take
thinking if you didn't take with I was trying to, if you took with the pawn, I was trying to do like knight f4 on you.
yeah,
But here you can take with the rook, stopping knight f4, right?
yeah.
But and then there's still no f6 because
Yeah, exactly.
oh, but there is because I have rook takes
You
d5
can,
check, right?
yeah. Good point. You can.
Yeah.
I can still go h4, but then you can move the knight.
These lines are so messy. Oh my, this is so much to look
Yeah,
at and like
this is pretty
what a
weird.
mess.
Pretty weird.
And now with queen d6, what's the deal here? We're still pinning the bishop. Yeah. Yeah, okay, nice find there. And what if I
No,
play?
I'm not sure. This is like really pretty wild.
Yeah, very wild indeed.
Yeah,
And we could also play queen f5 because you're still
yeah,
pinned.
queen f5. Yeah, queen f5
You're
is
still
still.
pinned. You can't play rook f4 because queen f4.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of dynamism here. And where
Yeah.
did this all start with? At some point I sacrificed with e4, and that's where
Yeah,
some of
this
this
is like
madness
here. Yeah.
began. Yeah.
But even just simply taking with the pawn is unpleasant because
Is it because I was thinking I have knight f4 now, but I guess you just
uh,
have queen h4. Is that right? You have
yeah,
queen
just move
h4.
the queen. But yeah, just move the queen.
And then what if I go? What if wouldn't that be a hilarious draw after knight g6?
Yeah, but no, I'm not repeating.
Yeah, you're not repeating, of course. Queen g3. Sorry, I missed that one. I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, I think at this point, black would be thrilled with that type of draw.
Yeah.
Okay, that didn't work.
And it's
So
probably also, there is also rook e4, I guess.
okay, but now we didn't lose our exchange. But the pawn takes e4 worries me more because if we don't have knight f4, what do we do?
Yeah, the rook is.
I mean, we could play
put it
rook
there, but
e5, but then after f4, we have knight f4, right?
yeah, f4, f4. But I was thinking c6 first, and then we think.
And then we think. Yeah.
Not sure. This is kind of pretty messy, yeah.
It is messy. It's messy, which is an achievement for black.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because like we just look like we were getting clobbered. So that's what I like to tell my students, if
Yeah,
you're getting clobbered, a mess is generally something that you're happy about.
absolutely. So yeah, okay, let's go back here. So we're looking at b5. Rook, okay, rook d6. Yeah. So now, I mean, c5 is natural because again, if you manage to go b6 and stop my majority, but even that, come on, even that, how do you deal with this? The bishop that was bad, now it turns out to be great. Yeah, I mean, I put it on a3, it just, okay, knight f4 becomes an option, but still, I don't know. Over there, maybe not that simple, I don't know. Maybe not that simple. All right, maybe. Okay, so he went b5. Okay, now we'll see what's Felix's idea, yeah?
Oh, do we have a move with bishop e4? No.
No, it's b5 on the board.
Okay, got it.
b5 on the board.
B5 is on the board, right? Okay.
Yeah, so now we'll see what his idea is.
And hello to our new friends in chat, Jupiter6952 and Chasal17. Indeed, Rook A6 is very interesting. This is a wild idea. I mean, it'd be a lot of fun for the recap video, that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Very, very fun. I mean, if you get that line, that's definitely the cuckooest game of the match, right?
Yeah, that's I mean,
Very.
rook d6. I mean, c5 is natural. You want to play c5. Yeah, and now rook d5. Attacking the pawn, I go rook c1, and you go e4. I mean, all forced, because if I plonk my bishop on e4, it's game over. I mean, I don't even have to take it. I'll take it later, c6. I'll just improve and then take it at some point. So e4 is critical, yeah?
E4, and then we were looking after E4, we were looking at pawn takes E4, just rook E5, because knight F4 didn't work because of queen H4, right?
Yeah.
So we were looking at rook E5 here with the idea that now we're kind of, I mean, a threat might be a strong word because I guess knight F4 doesn't win any material, but we're
No, but it's
threatening.
annoying. I mean, you can go maybe to d3.
Yeah, right. That's true. That's true. Yeah, of course. I forgot about that. Yeah.
So I mean, maybe the pawn is running. I don't know. And somehow you got some sort of coordination. Okay, the bishop on c8 is not great, but the other pieces are not looking too bad.
Speaking of that, wait, could we have tried instead knight f4 here and then after queen h4 knight d3?
Yeah, that's
I
possible.
forgot about that. I
No,
didn't
but
really
I
think
think
that.
I can just take, and I mean, these pawns are just tremendous, yeah?
They're very strong, that's true. And now if knight e1, what a weird position, guys. You don't see this every day.
No.
Well, knight g2 is an in-between move, right? Oh, but you pawn takes d7 threatens
Yeah,
is
yeah,
a
yeah,
counter
exactly.
in-between move.
Another in between move.
Yeah, and you got me in the end because you take on e8, making a new queen. Ah, love it.
Yeah. No, this is bad
So
for me.
queen f5. So queen f5 here.
This is pretty bad. No, I mean, now just move. Or I don't know. Maybe I can just go maximalistic and go like, or even cb7, maybe just win. I don't know.
Hmm.
Because you have like no threats, nothing. And
Yeah.
this maybe even something wacky. And then queen.
Oh, by the way, rook e6 was played after b5.
Ah, rook
Rook
e6, all right.
e6. But what wasn't there? Were we worried about bishop h3 there?
Yeah.
Yeah, but another basically in all lines he's sacrificing the exchange. So this is
Yeah, so
another
I mean, I assume his
another way to
idea
sack the exchange.
I assume his idea is just to do this blockade that I said about, and then if I take, you take, then you kind of have a compact position, blockade, right? And maybe even with a rook, I don't know, and then maybe go b6, bishop b7, some positional compensation. So I wouldn't be too eager for white to take the exchange.
Well, also, is there something with knight f4 by chance after bishop at h3, knight f4, bishop f4, rook g6 check? Is that something?
No, but I think, um,
Am I winning? No, I'm
oh, I can take.
I'm not looking with a computer, so this could just
No,
be
we are
losing.
not looking with the computers.
Yeah. I'm not, I don't. This could be just losing
No,
everything.
but this is just too much. It's a full rook, eh?
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll win my exchange back, but be losing. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean here I wouldn't I mean I'm not too happy to give up this bishop for a rook. So then if I don't, you have some kind of
And then, but if you don't, I can start trying these e4 ideas I was
okay,
trying.
let's go a4. I
Right.
want to go c5. Okay, and you go b6, right?
Yeah.
What do we have? Now if
Well,
if black could put the knight to c5, it will be winning, but
somebody mentioned that earlier, many years ago.
yeah, many years ago.
Many moves ago.
Exactly.
And I was being hard on them. I was like, the position has changed. The knight
Yeah,
belongs on
yeah,
d6,
but now
but
you're
now
right.
they're right.
You're right. You were right, and you are right. The position has changed. So now is again, now is
Yes.
the time for knight to c5, but just it's not getting there.
All right, this is fascinating though. I love all these exchange sacks.
Yeah.
I like how in the French it's called the exchange of quality. In English, it's exchange sack. It's a little weird sounding.
How is sorry in French? Is it
It's
what? It's
like
like
it's like exchange of quality or French
quality. Yeah.
speaker. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
actually,
like that.
yeah. Actually, in Russian, Macedonian, all these Slavic languages, it's quality. It's called quality. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes more sense. In English, it sounds very weird, actually. Like when you're
Yeah,
trying to
exchange.
teach it,
Like what
when you're trying
exchange?
to teach it to students, it's like it doesn't make much sense because it's like, well, everything in chess is
It's,
they're all exchange.
exactly.
Well, exchange sacrifice? What? It doesn't make any sense. Quality sacrifice. I like.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we can see the sense in the exchange sacrifice, and now a decision for David, like what to do. But point is, like ideally, he wants to go a4 c5, but there's no time. If c5, then queen b5, yeah. And if a4, then we said b6, and bishop b7. There is no time for both.
Yeah, I mean, 23 minutes for each player. It's
I
definitely
mean,
going to get
I have an
heated.
idea. Let's say a4, b6, rook c1, bishop b7, c5.
Uh-huh.
And I want to just go play on the queen side. I mean,
And then after bishop g2,
yeah, king g2.
I've been trying, I really want to play this move e4 because I've been like
Yeah,
seeing it. And
that's
with the idea of rook
critical.
e5. Yeah, that's why you have your little in-between move with c6, sure. But yeah, queen d5, nice. Yeah, this geometry of having your bishop and your queen on the same line, so that I'm
Yeah,
threatening
yeah,
knight f4 check here is very
exactly.
appealing.
Maybe just losing for white now. I don't know. Maybe I should take, 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 and now something. Take or push. Don't know. Maybe just push. Queen b5.
Yeah.
I don't know this. This is like
Oh, this is wild.
this
Come
is
on.
random, but I don't know.
All right, I
I
got
don't
it.
know. Some
Rook,
random stuff, you know.
rook takes e3. Oh,
Ah, yeah, Rookie 3 was even there.
two.
We just
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, somehow you manage this one.
I'm not sure what's going on. I really have no clue.
Yeah, 95 check. Yeah. It feels like you're running. Run, run, run.
Run, get to B1 and be happy, yeah.
The meaning of life.
I don't know. This is just some random line, but
It is a very, very long random
well,
line, but it shows how exciting this could get. And
yeah,
exciting with so little time on the clock, indeed.
yeah. I mean, they 20 minutes for 15 moves, 16 moves, so not too much time. Not too much time, and then plenty to think about. And as okay, Marcus Rager was yesterday on the stream, and he said that David likes to calculate, so that means that he will. And there is plenty to calculate here, uh, and he will probably take time to figure out how to best do. I mean, whatever he can do with the position, because fortunately, I think the ideal scenario A4 C5 is one move short, and if he goes after the exchange, let's go. Let's say Bishop H3, and like Queen D6 or even immediately B6. I don't know, and takes, and then you get the bishop to B7. This appears to be kind of very nice compensation.
A great game so far, says Bobby Manufan. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Very exciting. I'm lucky that this was the one I called. Wow, I love
Yeah.
this stuff.
No, I mean, all of the games were really interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe the least one was the second one when we had this end game where nothing much was happening, but that one still had some moments, yeah, and so
Navara nearing under 20 minutes.
oh,
What are his candidates here?
yeah, candidates. Okay, Bishop H3, definitely Bishop D5 is another one with the same idea. He can also, I guess, okay, Black wants to go B6, Bishop B7, so that's something already quite concrete. I'm not sure if it works, but I don't know. Let's say A4, B6, and now Queen F3. So I stop that. If you go F6, I drop the bishop back to D2 probably. I don't know, to control F4, but then you have knight H4. So that doesn't work. Doesn't work.
But at some point, despite being such a great player, Navara is going to have to do something that we all have to do and make a decision, even if
Yeah.
he's not sure it's correct, right?
Yes.
That's the thing about even classical chess, that you have to make a decision under uncertainty and you have to think about your future decisions. Give yourself time for those, which is why I do think we're going to see a move from him in the next couple of minutes. If he had an hour here, he might think for 15 minutes in this position, but he can't afford it. Cannot afford it.
One question, Jen. How do you manage these types of decisions? You just described it, let's say, how we do it in chess, but how about in poker? How much do you take probability into consideration? How much do you take maybe intuition, maybe reading your opponents? How do you take these decisions in poker?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the more experienced your opponent is,
Uh-huh.
the less you should rely on your intuition in many cases, because they're going to be well prepared and your intuition might deceive you. If you're playing against new players, it's so important to really lock in and use that intuition when you get a sense that they're bluffing or that they have something really, really strong. So it just depends on the situation, just like in chess. Some situations you can use your intuition more than others. And some are just so wild that you have to really calculate it precisely. It's something I also talk about in my book that many non-chess players have resonated with when I
Uh-huh.
write about making decisions quickly. That some
Uh-huh.
people don't want to make a decision until they're sure that it's correct, but we can't do that. And
Yeah.
there's even mathematical formula that shows called the secretary problem. You can look it up,
Uh-huh.
which shows that you should think about 37%. It's the 37% rule. 37% of the information that is available to you before making a decision. So not 99%,
No, no.
not 100%. And, this is like a very specific situation. Obviously, in some cases, you look at more or less, but the idea is that that's a ballpark, that you can't look at every variation and you have to make a decision under time constraints. That's what Navara is thinking right now.
Yeah.
Bishop h3 was his choice.
All right, all right. So we'll get this positional compensation, yeah?
Yeah, bishop h3. And I was trying to make knight f4 work with the idea of rook g6 check, but
Now,
there
quickly
was
play
a bishop
this.
f4, queen takes g6, instant b6 by Felix. Very smart, practical move there.
Yeah.
Building up the clock time.
And how does calculation in poker differ from chess?
I don't think it's as much of a calculation game because you do sometimes look at the future of the tournament and consider your probabilities not only of what happens in this hand, but also what happens if you fold. What are the probability that you're going to do well in a future hand? So they kind of call that like future game simulation. And I think that's kind of important in chess too. Like we were kind of just talking about that when I said that in chess, if the position is messy, it benefits the player who is worse.
Yes.
So that idea also comes up in poker. Whereas if you're doing well, sometimes you don't want it to be as chaotic and messy. Whereas when you're doing poorly, the chaos can benefit you.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Speaking of chaos, rook e4 on the board,
F4, yeah.
not capturing immediately on e6, but rather considering other options first. Because once you take on e6, your rook won't have as much mobility.
Yeah, so maybe, I don't know if his idea is just to leave the rook there. I don't know.
For a little while, play bishop b7. Bishop b7 hasn't been played yet, though, right? Felix is
No,
still on
no.
move. But yeah,
But,
that's so if bishop b7, where do you think white's gonna go?
well, I don't know. Just F3 or whatever. I mean, I don't know. He can. I mean, where is he gonna go? I mean, H4 is not really possible. G4 is
Yeah,
silly.
h4 is not possible. We would like to make it work, but
Yeah. So I don't know. F3 and shut the long diagonal. He can always get the exchange back if necessary or if required. Yeah. So, but I'm really not sure what's happening in this position. I mean, just okay, move, takes. I don't know. I mean, this may be just great for black because the
yeah,
queen
that's why I
is
think at
great.
some point we just got to take the exchange, maybe, right? I mean, how bad is it? Can I weather this storm?
Yeah, but I don't know
What if I
what he
just
will.
after bishop b7, bishop e6? Which way are you taking?
Yeah, okay, bishop e6, and then okay, or rook e6, I don't know, and then maybe just rook e1, you want to give it back, but
Wait, why do I have to keep? What can I take it? Can I play like rook g4 here? I'm horrifying, Alex. I'm like,
yeah,
but there is bishop f3, of course. There's
there's
bishop
bishop
f3 here.
f3, but also I don't like kind of giving black this control of the diagonal.
Yeah.
So I don't know, just rook e1, and then
Yeah, rook e1, okay, makes more sense than f3 in some way,
okay,
yeah.
takes, but again, this looks like black solved most of the problems, I don't know. Looks pretty
It
smooth.
does. It does
I don't
indeed.
know what the
Although,
idea is. I still can't figure it out.
can I just, okay, can I keep, I know you don't want to give up that diagonal because you're feeling, yeah, I see you. Just for the sake of argument, though, can we show bishop takes e6?
Yeah,
Yeah, can we just show this bishop e6, rook e6? Let's say, they want us to play rook g4 and allow bishop f3. But let me just play rook e2 just for the demonstration purposes.
right?
Okay, and what's going on now? How do I, as black, take advantage of your woeful light squares?
Let's go like primitively.
Primitive, I love it. There you go.
Yeah.
This is the way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, I'm gonna have to sack a pawn with f3, right?
Yeah, but like
Can't get mated.
then the queen is out of d7, then maybe the knight is dreaming, yeah?
Yeah.
Then
And
rook
also
g6.
there's also ideas of knight f4 and then rook g6 check coming
Yeah,
into the
I
game.
mean,
Yeah.
various ideas.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, like, let's try to see what the idea is after bishop b7. I mean,
We got to move, right? Rook e4. And now it's Felix on move. What do you guys think? Hello, random kid solves.
what is chat? The wisdom of the chat. What is it? Archer
Can't be like
f5.
Archer f5 in some moment and keep protecting rook with rook.
What do you
Okay.
mean with rook?
f5 at some moment. I think he meant f3. Emilia said it, you fear it might be another 5-hour game. Maybe, but it's also very dynamic. So
Yeah,
weird things
could
could
be. I
happen
mean,
in the next few moves.
but time travel is approaching, and I mean, things can be decided in time travel as well. So not clear. Archer f5. Yeah, and then what? I mean, to sacrifice the exchange like this, you didn't have to go bishop h3, bishop f5, bishop e4, you know? Yeah, and taking with the pawn, well, you don't want to really do that. So I'm not sure. So why don't they come on? This is like really. Can I can. I mean, maybe I'll sacrifice an exchange. And now queen d6, and now not take either bishop f5, and then rook h4.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if that works. It's a bit looks far-fetched, but I don't know.
I like it. Now what? Now what do I do?
Maybe rook f6.
Yeah, everybody's giving away their exchanges.
Yeah, exactly, right? Everybody's too eager to sack an exchange.
And it's a backwards day. 5 is worth more than 3. I mean, 3 is
Yeah.
worth more than 5. 3 is worth more than
Yeah.
5 today. I don't know what's going on, says Chesal. Let the
I
GMs
don't
figure it
know.
out.
Yeah. Maybe there is mate. I don't know.
Hmm. How's this? Oh, that would be a nice way to get a
Okay,
good
this
end
this
game.
looks this looks winning for white, but okay, a bit. I don't know if maybe if that's the idea,
Try
but
e4 there. Okay.
I mean this is not forced, but okay. Yeah, this, yeah. Some attacking idea. I don't know. I mean, for the time being, that's the most convincing thing for white I could see.
Okay, so this came about.
But no, what does chat say?
How did this come about again, Alex? Could you back up a couple moves?
Yeah.
This line with bishop f5.
Ah,
So
this
okay.
was played, in fact.
Ah,
Ah,
okay.
all
Let's
right, all
see.
right. So we got it right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, just saw a couple moves tossed out. Very nice. So bishop b7, rook e1, bishop b4, rook e4 on the board. Okay. And now you were saying if queen d6
Yeah, I
instead of
wanted
bishop
to
takes
go this.
e6,
Yeah.
bishop f5. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but black doesn't have to play queen d6 here.
No. No, but the threat is bishop f5. I mean, maybe I don't know if this is any good. Here, here, here. Doesn't look like it, but maybe black can play this. I don't know. It's unpleasant though. F4 and pawn down. So I don't know. Ah, he went. Okay, he went queen d6. Okay, so he must have seen something against bishop f5.
That's what we're trying to figure out, Chess Al. This is
Yeah.
a huge. I know. I don't think Navara is pushing too hard. I mean, it looks like he's doing a great job getting chances.
Ah, what? Ah, okay. Johnny. Johnny says that bishop f5.
Whoa,
Okay.
that's very hard
A
to
wild line.
see.
Okay, this rook h4 check. King g2 and knight somewhere.
Oh, knight takes h4 check. Queen
And then
takes
rook
h4.
g6 to stop mates. Yeah.
Ah, it's always those exchange sacks. Oh my God.
Amazing line.
It's
Well done.
every line, it's an exchange sack. Why do we need queen a3 in that line? I don't even
Yeah,
understand. Oh,
exactly. Give the check
because we
and for
needed
the
it
king. Yeah.
to get your king to g2. Okay, that
Well,
finally you not having rooks
yeah,
helps. It's like for the first time, because what do rooks do? They guard the back rank. And
yeah.
so playing queen a3, allowing queen a1. Okay, what a line.
Well,
What a line.
that's a very hard line because normally you don't look in that direction, but I'm pretty sure they've seen it. I'm pretty sure they have seen it.
What a
Or
line. I mean, it's
maybe,
true that we don't use engines in this analysis, but I have to admit, occasionally, if a viewer shows us one very key line,
yeah,
it's not bad, once in a while, because that would be hard to see, and it's a very cool line.
yeah. No, we
Very cool
don't use
line.
engines, but okay, we will check the chat. So in chat comes up with a line, and okay.
Yeah, they just have, it's like you have to have good taste. You don't want to say it all the time, Oh, Peter asks if I'm giving a book signing in Vegas. Not at the moment, Peter, but if you want a signed bookmark or book plate, you can just email or message me your order. So thank you, Chesal. Appreciate it. Yes, it is a great game so far.
Yeah, and it is a possibility that David missed this defense. It is a possibility. Because if this attack doesn't go through, and if white is forced to take on e6, then I would say black is better again. Again, I mean, again, not again, but...
So can we go over this line slower again so we can see how hard it is for a human to see it? So bishop f5.
Queen a3.
Queen a3, allowing bishop e6, but then your attack is dead. So you have to, because then we have the pawn, and that's fantastic. So then you have to try rook h4, the aggressive move. But now again, the queen a1, really nice thing about this move is it takes advantage of the fact that white's rooks are not in the back rank protecting the king. So king g2 is the only move, allowing knight takes h4 with check. And now rook g6.
Yeah, now there is still threat of mate, but rook g6.
Right. Rook g6, we have two exchanges. And what's the great thing about being up two exchanges? You can give away one of them. To use a play on the famous saying about two bishops, that the great thing about having two bishops is you can exchange one. Who said that? It's a famous
Somebody
saying.
smart said that. I don't know who said it. Okay, somebody smart.
Somebody smart said that. If chat remembers who said that, maybe it sounds like something that Tartico would say.
Yeah. Let's see. I want to see how they look like. Sitting at the board, David.
Yeah, lovely line, Bobby Manu fan.
No, it's probably findable, and I think if he went queen d6, he must have seen it. But the question is whether David has missed it.
I think the hard part about the calculation is just starting. I mean, I feel like looking at queen takes e3, it looks so greedy. And like you said, that part of the board, again, thinking sideways, it's hard, that part of the board. Once you get to the end of the line, rook g6, I think is kind of easy to find, right?
Yeah, once you get there, yes.
Yeah, it's very tough, queen a3, and then also noticing that after queen a1 check, knight g2, knight takes h4 check, the whole thing is kind of improbable. But let's see.
Yeah, but okay. Felix has seen this for sure. I mean, he played queen d6, he's seen it for sure.
Well, yeah, because queen d6 does point at a3, right? Because that's what I was going to say. I was like, we don't even, why queen d6 if we're not worried about losing the exchange? Well, this is the answer. Because if we're not losing
bishop f5.
What's that?
He went bishop f5.
All right, let's see. Let's go. Bishop f5 on the board.
He wins the game.
Bishop f5. Oh my gosh.
Wow,
Is there no other way to because you can't really play bishop e6 anymore because then you're just gonna be down a pawn, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so now actually, I mean, the game can end fairly quickly. In fact, with a win by Felix.
let's see, this queen
This
a3
line.
line, queen a3 line. Well, after queen a3, is there something else we can try? Bishop
Rook
g6 right
h4 is
away
a strong
now.
threat. Rook h4 is a strong threat, so
Queen a3. Oh my
I'm gonna go
gosh.
rook h3 and just give mate. But yeah, this is like a forcing line now, and
But the problem is once if Felix plays queen a3, at that point, Navarro will realize rook h4, queen
yeah,
a1
he'll
check.
see it instantly. Yeah,
So he'll maybe kind of try to come up with something else at that point. Like after queen takes a3, is there anything there that
no
we
way
can do?
back already.
Can we play h3 so that we can play king h2 in that line?
h3.
So now my idea is like if queen a1 check, king goes to h2, trying to play rook h4.
Maybe I can just take this one. Ah, no, I'm still mated. Yeah, yeah. This is a pretty mate. I just want to show it. Okay, this. But
Oh, very nice. Oh, lovely. Oh, that's such a good mate. Thank you for showing that on the board.
yeah,
Rook, we're down what here? We're down a queen and an exchange. But
yeah,
we have the mate.
yeah. But okay, this looks. I mean, it feels slow, but
It does feel slow, but I mean, I got to do something. I got to try something. What
yeah,
else?
yeah, yeah.
So I'm trying to play rook h4. It's still my idea. And now
Maybe I can go. I can give the check,
was there rook?
and you go there, and I can go queen f1. Maybe target this.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
And
We
after
can
rook
still go.
h4, is there a draw? Or do you have
Yeah.
more? Do you have more? I mean, I don't doesn't seem like you have more. Because we still have that line with queen f5, queen h7 is and queen h8 is still mate, right? That's wild. That's
Yeah.
quite a line. That's a line.
Let's see if it's what
But
back.
h3, I mean, there's got to be something here. Can
Yeah,
you play
you
rook
don't want to make the
f6?
move, but
Can you play rook f6? Something like sacking the exchange in another way? No, because
no,
then
but
bishop
then
f6,
I just
right?
okay.
Yeah, okay. No, no. So I keep trying to figure out how to sack the exchange, but this is not the way.
No.
What else is there? Okay. Okay, so at least there's still some stuff for Felix to figure out here.
There's some
Like
stuff, yeah.
after h3.
Johnny says bishop e6 and rook e6. Okay, taking the exchange and going back, yeah. But okay, he didn't sack the exchange to give it back, so this is the principled continuation. He sacked the exchange to go for mate. So h6, fantastic try, yeah.
I think Johnny might know the answer. He doesn't want to tell us.
Yeah, he doesn't want to
Is
tell
he
us.
the one who was using the computer? Yeah, he cheated. He doesn't want to tell us. Okay, he knows. I see. That's the thing. I think Johnny has good taste. If somebody comes into the analysis and just gives an engine line every move, it's really annoying. But if somebody does it like one time in the game,
Yeah, in an
due
appropriate
to the
moment.
most
Yeah.
interesting variations, it's actually like a producer thing. It's actually pretty cool, you know? But yeah, it's like,
Yeah, so let's okay, we found a draw. Yeah, I mean, but let's see if there's more.
is there something with f6 at the right moment?
Yeah, that can't seem to
And
make
then
it work somehow.
and then moving our king out, like trying to, yeah, moving our king out. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look very appealing.
Interesting, yeah.
I mean, this is a lot of fun lines to look at in a, what is it, a rapid game. Do we have the right, yeah, we have the right position on the board, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
no, I mean we have the position with h3, like but for the time being, Felix hasn't taken on a3.
So bishop f5, but Felix has not taken on a3 yet.
No.
Oh yeah, he said if you see the draw, I just go for it. Yeah, totally. I mean,
But okay, I mean it's not easy. I mean you have to first figure out this check, okay, so on, but then to find h3 and then I mean, it can be a bit tricky. I mean, how to continue. I mean, draw, yeah, but maybe he becomes ambitious. He wants to win because in the other line he is winning. Yeah, in the one without h3.
Oh, Bobby Manufan mentions that with the queen on d6, rook f6 might be his idea to sacrifice the exchange in that manner. Sure, but then you don't win. Then you don't win the pawn in that kind of roundabout way. But I think yes, Algotopia. I'm saying that if you play Queen A3 and you see the line with King G2 winning for Black, and then you notice, oh, but he could play H3. Well, you might just play
Yeah.
Queen A3 because at that point you are putting your opponent under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
But it's true, Rook F6. If we didn't have Queen takes A3, like that's another way to go about sacking the exchange. Oh, thank you, Dad. Hey, Dad. I don't think that is my dad. My dad is watching, though, I think.
Yeah, he must be thinking about Queen A3 because that's a critical move.
Yeah, I think he's thinking about it. I think he's going to
Also,
play it.
also, I'm not sure what other options are there because we said Rook F6, you can just take. I mean, okay, maybe FG is here the move. That's
Yeah, I mean, I do think this is an option. Yeah.
no,
And
but they, no,
we
but
would play
this
Rook
one,
H4 instead.
no,
Yeah.
but Rook H4 wins because they have the same mate again.
And he's taking it.
He's
Queen
taking
A3,
it?
I see. I think so. I think I see that lady
Yeah.
over there on the side. And I'm looking at the webcam before I look at
Ah,
the
yeah, the Queen is there. Queen is there.
chessboard.
Queen is
Queen
there.
has taken on A3. What a line. What a game.
Wow. Yeah, this is super, super exciting.
Yeah, you got it. Every time you put this mate on the board, I'm not going to complain. You just like, come
Yeah.
on.
But now for some reason, Lichess is not updating. Okay, I can put it on the board, Queen A3.
Yeah, we can put it on the board. Chess Hal, Shahade. It's Shahade. Rhymes with body.
Mhm.
Felix, 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 says Felix Schildorfer. So you got the same name. Gotta root for him then. But Alex, you have a lot of people you have to root for because there's so many Alexes in chess.
So many axes in chat.
Alexander too. You got Alexander Kostyanyuk on the lady side. You got so many great Alexes.
Yeah, yeah.
Queen A3. We don't have a move yet from Navara. Oh, Navara has made a
H3,
move.
H3, H3 played.
He did play H3. Okay, I think he
Yeah,
was
yeah,
looking
yeah.
at Queen A3 the move before. So he was, that's why he didn't seem shocked when it was played. No, he was not shocked. He was ready,
Found H3, yeah.
ready to go.
So I mean, Lichess, I don't know why is it not updating the feed.
Yeah, I
mean,
think Lee just seems stuck after Bishop F5 for some
yeah,
reason.
yeah.
So we can update
So
it
I'll
manually.
make the. I mean, I'll insert the moves like
Yeah.
manually. Okay, here H3. This is the position we also checked, and here we found the draw with Queen A1, Queen F1.
But is there more?
But if there is more, we don't know because the thread is Queen F2.
Can we sacrifice the queen? How much material have we gotten?
Yeah, but
Like
how?
after rook H4? Yeah, I
Yeah, but
guess
how?
no.
I mean, there is mate, so
No, it's not. Yeah.
I mean, you can't sacrifice it for. You need to sacrifice it for the rook on H4. But even there, it's mate. I mean, like
Yeah.
no, I mean it's not mate, but
Yeah, and
but
also we gave up too
this is
much.
not.
Yeah, we gave up too much here. You have
Yeah.
you're winning.
Ah, he
So
went knight F8. All right. Lichess updated the.
knight F8. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the idea here after rook H4?
Yeah, rook H4.
Is it rook H6?
Rook H4. There is maybe F6 idea.
I see. I see. And now if we ever take the exchange, you're up an important pawn.
Yeah, then just knight defends everything. It's kind of so. I mean, there's also the threat of G6, I suppose. So now
wait.
things will be decided. Yeah, I mean,
So wait, rook H4, what's happening again on rook H4?
rook H4. I guess F6, but I'm not sure.
So F6 now. And you're just running away if I play
But
queen
yeah,
H8, bishop H7 check, yeah? You're just taking an H7 and running for the hills.
this.
Rook G8, yeah. Starting to look thin though. Starting to work decent because I have.
But
I can
then
always,
again, okay. I mean, here maybe just King F8. Yeah.
Yeah, king f8, and then if queen h8, king f7, queen h5 check,
And then just run away.
you're running for the
Yeah, this
hills.
doesn't work. But here,
Bishop h6 in this position. How's that look?
everything looks wild here.
Bishop h6 with the idea of pawn h6, rook g4 check.
Or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you away from the escape hatch. Do not want the escape. Look at this crazy position with, I think,
Yeah,
about
yeah.
12 minutes for each player. Actually, 9 minutes for Navara, 13 minutes for Felix. Very impressive calculation skills, both.
Yeah,
Saw
both
the
go. Yeah,
sign,
sure.
ready for it.
Yeah,
Messy for black, says Dad, hey Dad.
very, very messy. I mean,
Different bishop h6 lines. Yes, you have to make dinner soon, but is it going to be black's king for dinner?
yeah, good question. What?
Do not know. We'll
What's
find out
up
pretty
with the
soon
dinner here?
because there is a time control. They got to play a lot of moves. They got to play the most important moves in the next 10 moves.
I mean, I don't know if the game lasts 10 more moves because this is so sharp that it can just be decided very quickly. I mean,
That's
it's
true.
hard to see a scenario where, I don't know, white regains some of the material and game goes on. I mean, it's maybe it's some perpetual or somebody wins because the attack doesn't go through or the attack goes through. So, I mean, because in some scenario where white takes back the exchange, I think it's like winning for black because, okay, passed pawn, better king, better structure, better everything. So I don't think white, I mean, white is kind of obliged to play for an attack because there is no option to win, material back. Like, I mean, even in some stretched scenario that you win a full rook, this a pawn is also still very dangerous and, I mean, not so simple. So I think white is going here like va-bank, yeah, as they say. So, but exactly how? Yeah, that's the question. I don't know. I mean, if I can go to rook g4, is g6 here a threat? No, because I can go here, yeah, and then bishop f6 if gf.
Yep. That's a nice mate too.
Yeah, so that doesn't work. The threat is, I suppose, something pedestrian, yeah, something bishop h6 or so. But then g6.
We
Don't
got
know.
rook h4 on the board.
Rook h4 the board. Okay, okay. So we're looking at f6.
7 minutes left for Navara as he plays
Yeah, 9
rook
moves. So
h4. Just under 7.
he must have calculated this till the end, yeah. I
Now, don't
mean,
worry, Felix is not checking the chat. I think that is Emilia on Felix's
yeah,
account. That's Felix typing in the chat, but it's really Emilia, who we shouted out earlier, but we really should again. She is organizing this match, producing the show, and the photographer.
yeah. So here, okay, threat is made. So I guess f6 should be played.
What a
It,
defense from
it is
Felix.
played, and now here we kind of struggle to find a way for white, but doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Weren't we trying? Was I trying? I was trying bishop h6, right?
Yeah, bishop h7 is natural, but then kind of appears.
Oh
Okay,
no, I was trying bishop h6 first.
sorry.
Wasn't I trying? Weren't we trying bishop h6 here?
Yeah, we also tried that.
Yeah. And what did you come up with this?
We didn't reach
Rook
any
e7.
conclusion. I don't know, rook e7 didn't reach any conclusion.
Rook e7. Yeah. Now if we, I need to see if they can find a way. Yeah.
But
Eventually, I could take one exchange back, right?
yeah, you can take an exchange back, but I think then the attacking potential is
Yeah.
because you want
Looks
the
like you're
bishop alive.
escaping. It does look like you're escaping. Yeah.
You want the bishop alive. Yeah. So no, let's see. This is the forcing line is check, takes, check, and now king f8. Yeah. Maybe can I go bishop h6 again still?
It's a 6 game match and it ends on Saturday, and the games are going to be played regardless of whether there's a clinch, correct? Oh, I don't hear you.
Yeah, maybe this is working. Yeah, bishop h6, and if taking rook this rook g4.
Even the games are going to be played regardless of the score. Yes, so not like the Knicks, who are probably not going to see game 7 or 6, right, guys? This match is going all the way regardless, because it's also about practice and that road to 2600, not just about who wins.
No, fourth. Okay, just run the camera.
We're looking at all these interesting lines. Bobby Manufan says maybe some repetition coming. G7 is the new pressure point. No. Okay, I'm not sure what line you're talking about, Castelao. Queen C1 check and Queen G5 check. But
And
yeah,
now,
these.
now the epic return of the bishop, threatening Queen G6.
Oh yeah, baby.
No, but it
I
doesn't
love
work.
that.
Doesn't work. King runs away on the light
Yeah.
squares. But and if you give the check, yeah, and if you go there now, then king runs away again. It doesn't quite work, but okay. I mean, maybe no. You win the rook, but it's still bad. I mean, yeah, okay, maybe okay 7 takes now. But I don't know. It's still a mess. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you still have to play. Yeah. Like this is not going to be easy, any of these lines, navigating them with low time.
Yeah, exactly. So f6, he's thinking 3 minutes only left for
3
moves.
minutes and 40 seconds left for David Navara.
9 moves left. Bishop d2. Wow. Didn't expect that.
Oh, Bishop D2 was played by Navara. Oh, interesting. What is that move? What is that move doing?
Positional attack, yeah. I mean,
Just trying to make a move quickly that was unexpected, no doubt.
that's a
Of
strange move to
course,
me.
Bishop H7 check. How does that change the lines with Bishop H7 check? Does it? I don't think so. I don't think it changes anything in those lines.
Yeah, what's the idea? Like, okay, the bishop gets away from the attack, but like,
Maybe we'll find out. It's the type of chess that spectators want. I agree, Bobby Manufan. Some really uncompromising play in the opening that continued with the uncompromising nature in the middle game. And that is the truth, because sometimes the players play very uncompromising in the opening, but then they still kind of find a way to peter it out in the middle game. And that is not the case here. Love to see
this
it.
was a super exciting game. I mean, even starting from the opening choice, reverse Benoni. I mean, I think we said it at the beginning. Yeah, this could be a very fighting game. So,
Yes,
but
in this case, the
David
commentator's
is chilling.
curse.
He has 4 minutes left, and he's getting up from the board, and that's nice, eh?
Oh, who's getting up? If David got up from the
Yeah,
board with
David's
the
getting
4
up
minutes
with 4
on?
minutes left for 8 moves. He got up. I mean, he's nearby. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's good for your brain to get up. Like to think while you're standing up as opposed to think while you're sitting, right?
yeah, and games are lost. Yeah,
Yeah, and games are lost. I mean, I guess White's hope is somehow some kind of perpetual, like in some line, could come to pass. I don't know where, but I mean, if there's ever a line where we could play Bishop H7 check and you don't have a win after takes King of 7, then Navarro is certainly going to be looking for perps. But how?
yeah.
Because in
How?
a lot of the lines we're looking at, Black just escapes.
Yeah, but we didn't kind of come to the definite conclusion after the direct Bishop H7.
Were
I
we
mean,
just taking and playing King F8?
yeah,
Is
King
that correct?
F8 and then check.
Yes.
Oh, no, check. No, king f8, I found this.
Oh, right, and then rook g4. But
And then,
isn't our bishop on d2 now? So we need to adjust the pieces a little, right?
no, yeah, this is the position is bishop d2, so he just makes a, I mean,
So it's similar, just slightly different, right?
yeah, but I mean, why didn't he go for the forcing line? I mean, I'm not sure. Like, I mean,
And maybe that's part of it. Like he wants the bishop to be out of the way in this line or something for some reason, but so
yeah,
that he can put a
but
rook on g4 right away somewhere.
I guess, but still, I mean, he could have gone for this bishop
Oh
a6.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
I mean, now this is falling and it's winning, seems winning for, or maybe it's not winning. I have no clue. I mean, okay, check, run away. Maybe it's not winning.
But let's look at the actual game where Felix is now pondering
Yeah, this is the position.
after bishop, yeah, after
Maybe
bishop
he's
d.
preparing all this. Yeah,
And
yeah.
so suppose, like just for the sake of argument, let's say black plays,
Yeah, queen
oh,
b2.
black has played queen to b2. Okay, nice. And now bishop h7 check. Let's check it now.
Well, it must be played because it's what's like if you give check with the queen, the king runs away. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just running successfully, winning this race.
And even here, like you take, that's again nothing. Yeah, kings are.
Yeah, just king e7, and the bishop doesn't have any inroads on d2.
No, this is just
It was
lost.
just the only square it could move to that didn't hang it, but it's not exactly a good square.
Yeah,
So
now the
queen,
bishop is trapped basically. You don't want to put it there, and now something forcing must come.
so bishop h7 check.
Yeah, bishop a7 check. You have to take it.
Okay, and now queen takes
Okay.
h7.
And now where? Like f7, f8.
So if king f8, we still have bishop h6, right?
Yeah, that transposes with the queen already on b2. But this, I guess, is the idea without the bishop blocking the g file.
Yes. Okay. So instead of king f8, what about king f7?
And this is a threat of mate because if you block the
Oh no. I'm saying instead of f8, can we go on f to f7 or
yeah, we can yeah, of course, that's the alternative. King f7, and now again rook g4.
and then we have rook g8.
Yeah, rook g8, and again like bishop h6 most likely, and
Yes. Right. And now what? Now what?
so
Because
I
it's not
mean it's
mating,
fun.
right?
It's
I mean,
funny. I mean,
you're not threatening me. Rook g7, queen g7. We have king e8, right?
yeah, but the funny thing is that now I mean he gave up a tempo, bishop d2, bishop h6, right? But the queen is not on a3, and there is no queen f8.
I guess that's what he was thinking. Yeah.
I mean,
Genius.
yesterday he also I mean he also came up with this like super subtle move, queen a5 forcing b4 and then going elsewhere. Okay, Felix didn't go for that line because he could have gone queen g5 immediately, but he went queen c5 of queen a5 first, forcing b4 and then like losing a tempo, but very deep in the line. When the queen was coming to d4, there was a queen a1 check because the pawn was no longer on b2. It
How
was
about a4? Oh,
super
yeah.
deep
Well, he's a
calculation.
great calculator. Like just to show what happens after a4. I think instead of taking on g7,
Ah, so wait.
at the end of that line,
So where he gave the check on h8, he didn't go for that.
aha. Okay. Oh, he didn't play bishop h7 check. He played queen h8 check. All
Right?
right.
So
King f7, of course, immediately.
so now maybe rook somewhere, yeah.
2 minutes left, by the way, for Navara.
But
Just 2 minutes.
g4.
So whatever he plays, he better play it fast. Under 2 minute mark.
You must play rook g4. I mean, how else to justify the check here?
Yeah, it makes sense. And now what? And now it looks smart. If we play,
Threat of mate, so maybe just runs. Check. Runs somewhere. I don't know where. I mean, okay, maybe this eventually may end up being winning for white, you know? I mean, stuff like queen b7 and
queen b7. Oh,
stuff
did we
like
have to go to d6 though?
but
Bishop h6 on the
h6.
board. Not rook g4, but bishop h6 instead first. With the
Why?
idea that if pawn takes h6, what is that? What happens if pawn takes h6? Rook takes h6?
Just Guess I take, but
And now we're threatening the kind of like sweep.
run.
Run,
Still
run.
strange moves. We are not guessing the moves at all. No idea why bishop h6 was there.
But if
Maybe still idea is like rook g4 and mate.
I like
Why-
that. Yeah. And now if I run king e7,
Yeah, it's something similar. Yeah, check
similar, yeah.
and there. Just that I'm on full rook down, but
Now, did I have to go to d6? What about
no,
back?
yeah, you can go to d8. Yeah, you can go to d8
Yeah.
and then the same.
Similar idea, yeah.
Rook g7. I mean, maybe his idea was that after bishop, like where is rook g4 here, maybe there is g5. And that's why he went bishop h6, so that there is no g5. So you have to take on h6 and you can't stop that. Maybe this was what he was trying to avoid.
2 minutes left for Navara as
All right.
Felix.
Quite an inspiriting,
8 minutes.
inspiring attack, you know. Okay, played gh rook g4. So that's what he was avoiding, g5. And now rook down and still wild compensation.
What do I
5-1.
think? Ooh, Castelao, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Takes it? Indeed, that's right. Takes the bishop off the board. Immediate rook g4. 2.5 minutes now, David Navara building by making that quick move with the increment.
Yeah.
Rook g7 and queen g7 mate both threatened. So we're expecting king e7 here just
Yeah,
to
run
run
away.
away. Put on your running shoes.
Yeah. I mean, there is an option of rook e7, I suppose.
Huh.
Round 2e8. But probably
Rook
that's worse.
g8?
Yeah, like this.
No.
And now, okay, next change down with this attack, white is winning. So
And maybe after rook e7, we have rook g8.
when here,
Yeah.
I immediately win, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, nice in mates if the knight moves.
Yeah.
No, this can't be good. Okay, he went king e7. Okay, of course. He must go there.
Yeah, he knows he's got to run to greener pastures. Now, what exactly is the material? We're down a whole rook.
Well, okay, so the game will be decided probably soon enough whether white does something with the attack or doesn't, and then it wins. But you know, I just had an idea, okay? How about king, okay, king d6, queen b7, and now we do this.
Ooh.
And then,
I like that. Let's see. And we're only winning. We need to win. Like we could play queen d5 check and take on e6.
yeah, it
but then
doesn't
we
matter.
only-
What I'm saying is that, okay, I give it up. Like, and if I get to c3, I'm safe, I win easily. Even if I give up the extra piece doesn't matter. I mean, okay, so
Yeah.
it helps, but this doesn't matter. If you manage to get here, it's winning for black for sure. But let's see if there's something else.
Hmm.
And maybe you can, no, bishop e6, knight e6. Yeah, it looks okay. So rook g7, king this, queen g7, king d6, and then king wants to run.
Quite a king walk indeed.
That's a
Taking
wild
advantage
one.
of those dark squares.
Finally. Yeah, but 50 seconds, 40 seconds, 45 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean,
We will get a move fairly soon.
Navara in the
Seconds.
tank.
Yeah,
Not
Usain
gonna lose on
Bolt.
time
Yeah,
though.
it gets to c3. It's Usain Bolt for sure.
So you're saying queen g7 check, king d6, with the idea of just running, running, running. Yeah, what do we do
Yeah,
about that? I love that idea.
must make a move.
But he's playing rook g8,
Rook
not playing
g8.
queen g7 check. Rook g8 on the board. Perhaps
Mhm.
worried about that king d6 idea, now thinking, if we take the knight and the rook, now we're talking.
Yeah, yeah.
So ready to play queen g7 check while
But
trying to control some of
he
those dark
made it with 10
squares.
seconds left on the clock because he has 40
Yeah.
seconds, 30-second increment. So yeah, this is
So let's see, king d6 now, if we try to run some more with your idea, king d6, rook takes f8.
yeah, then you just give up everything. Like all the you lose everything, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the problem. So you can't run now, at least.
No, I mean I was entertaining the thought. I mean, look, I was
Okay,
entertaining
yeah.
the thought. And then how do you stop the a pawn?
Oh, this is fun.
Yeah. Bishop was great, but now it's completely useless.
Maybe I have to play like a sacrifice with c5,
Exactly, yeah.
just to
That's
get
what you
my
must
pieces
do.
back into the game,
You
my
must do
bishop
that.
back into the
But
game.
even okay, you sacrifice, fine. Okay. Let's go on.
Uh-huh.
You
Yeah.
have 2 pawns for the piece. This is running. b5 will likely fall. King can help the pawn. This is wild.
All right. Well, 6 minutes left for Felix. Can he weather the storm
I mean,
and
okay,
even win
that's
this game?
far from the only way to play, but yeah, well, you can try something else too.
The A will be the next leg in the relay, says Dad, hey, Dad. Ah, yeah. You've got the A pawn.
Yeah, a pawn, huge difference. Makes huge difference.
That is why we played Queen takes A3 earlier.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was, but that was the bonus. I mean, the main line was very nice to do the knight h4 check, but this was even more exciting.
Okay, so King D6, we were looking at the wild lines with getting your king into the game, but what else is there?
Yeah, what else is there? So I'm trying to figure out.
Hmm.
Can I go? Okay, let's see. Make a move there. Check.
A4, Queen G7, yeah.
Oh, this and this. Queen
Rook,
g8 and
Rook
then
D8 check.
or rook d8 check for no, but rook d8 now. Oops, sorry. Maybe rook c8 by okay. Mouse drop, but maybe actually much better. Okay, the queen is lost. Okay, not immediately. So check. I just want to go.
Yeah, and then a Rook D5
So
check doesn't help that much.
maybe queen g8. So now if you go there, I can take.
He's played A4. He's played it.
He played f4. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he figures like, I don't know what to do. Push a pawn. Put the
Yeah,
pressure
but
on him. He's
okay,
got 40
now
seconds left.
okay, check played quickly. Okay, now we get moves quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, well, those Queen G7 check on the board.
Yeah. Must go
Queen
to
G7 check, and he's played
nice.
Nerves of Steel, really by both players. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, but fantastically calculated by Navara to keep the attack going. Because it was literally one move away from resignation if the attack doesn't work.
Chat says that E4 by Black was winning. I have no
Instead of
idea
A4?
why. I mean, earlier instead of A4.
Wow.
Don't know why. It must have been pushing the D pawn forward or something, but nonetheless,
That's too complicated.
yeah, that is very surprising.
That's too
Certainly in time pressure.
Yeah. To play E4 in a position like this, I mean, come on.
And King D6 on the board now.
Yeah.
4 minutes for Felix, 40 seconds.
20 seconds for David.
Ooh. That's right,
I
20
guess he takes
seconds,
on F8
16.
because what else?
Oh yeah, we see the live board here, 12 seconds, 11. Under 10 seconds. I can't watch.
Yeah. These situations.
Don't lose on time, no!
Queen
Did he
b7.
make it in
Wow.
time? Did he make the move in time?
Yeah, he made it 5 seconds left.
Okay. Yeah,
Queen
I see
b7.
it now on Lee Chess.
I was expecting rook f8, but okay. Now if the king runs, what then?
Yeah.
I thought rook f8 was better because now if the king runs, what's his idea?
Don't see it at the moment. Rook takes f8, bishop e6.
Yeah, if rook f8, just maybe even 8. No, king c5, king c5. King c5, rook f8, then just maybe even push. Or king b4. Just get the king to safety to c3.
Summary is both chess players were winning at various points in chess is hard.
Ah, yeah, that's what. Was white also winning?
Somewhere, apparently, yeah.
Oh, yeah, somebody check your engine. Yeah? Wow.
But boys are so respectful, they usually play filler moves in order to get to the time control. I
Uh,
doubt any of these games will lose on time.
Filler moves, really?
I don't know about that. They are very respectful, though. I love the clothes and the mannerisms. Very strong, yes.
Yeah, no, it's just
Bishop e6, by the way, is now on the board.
white was winning. Wow, not surprised. Well, somewhere. But
Bishop
where?
e6,
If chat
idea
would be
that we can
kind to
actually.
type where was white winning in which move.
So bishop takes e6 was played, right? After we
Bishop
have
is,
a couple more.
but
King
that was
c5,
played in the
bishop takes
game.
e6.
That
Yeah,
was played in the game.
yes. King c5, bishop takes e6.
No, bishop d2 was played in the game. Ah, bishop h6 instead of bishop d2. We looked at that, but okay, I mean, briefly.
So now with knight e6, rook takes e8, and we're up in exchange. And if rook takes, we have, well, either rook takes f8 straight away or queen c8 check. But as you pointed out earlier, we are moving that king up the board.
Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah, could be winning.
I mean, if you can even play king, I don't know, maybe. I mean, yeah, look, it loses a piece, let's say like this, yeah, check. King there, but just run. How are you gonna stop that? C5 only move, yeah?
Yeah, c5 so that we can sack.
Yeah, then it's survivable there.
All right, let's see.
Yeah,
2 minutes
C5.
and a half for Felix. Only 2 moves till
Okay, 2 moves, they'll make the time
go.
control. They'll make the time control, but with a messy position. Eh?
Oh, yeah. Messier than toddlers at a pizza parlor. It's very messy,
Yeah.
but fortunately, only 2 moves to go with
Yeah,
two
but these
minutes.
2 moves, not easy to make.
Game of the century says Vami Manu fan,
Yeah.
love it. Emilia, people are now preferring black. Earlier,
Okay,
apparently,
took
white
on
had a
e6.
win.
Okay.
Took on e6 with the rook.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting sort of that. Like, okay, I'd immediately after king before rook f8, but takes, and then king before, and then I mean,
Seems
still these ideas at least, but the rook is still silly. But at least with the rook from behind, worst case scenario, white can sack the rook if he manages to win this one, because this one is short of squares after queen d7. It's trapped.
I don't see what move white played because it looks like white made a move,
I
but it's
mean, there
not.
must be rook f8. I mean, or one check and then rook f8. But
Yeah, I don't see rook f8 though on the board. I see that knight still there on f8. So you must have played queen c8 check, but I don't see the
no,
queen
no,
on c8 either.
I don't know. White, it's white's move.
Oh, it's white's move still. Okay. That makes more sense.
Okay, that's some weird, strange point. Bishop h6, rook e7, bishop d2 earlier in the game. That's wild. Yeah.
Aha,
Oh, queen
queen c8 check.
check.
Okay, trying to avoid the and get some control over the dark squares. I think that's the idea there. That
Yeah,
after
he
queen
got.
c8 check, you take on f8 with the queen rather than the rook. Although doesn't the king still get to that c3 square you've been wanting it to get to?
Yeah.
But
Okay,
at least
but
then you c5 and you're I don't know.
Okay, they made the
Your
time control,
bloodshed.
but he's still winning the rook, like trapping the rook, I mean. Oh no, but there is queen before, not trapping the rook at all. Okay, they made the time control, and now white needs to think, but okay, maybe just take, but then rook e7.
Oh, you
Why,
want to take with the rook. Okay.
why did he release the rook? Why not just take rook f8 on like on instead of queen c8? I mean, just take on f8.
Well, that's why I'm thinking he was wanting to take on f8 with the queen.
Yeah, but I don't see any gain there. Maybe he wants to go c5 though.
Yeah, it's with c5. I think so. Yeah,
But
to play
okay,
c5. Although, what exactly does it do?
I mean the rook and they are not
Now we
coordinated.
can play pawn. Maybe we have some perpetual abilities after pawn takes b6. We have queen coming into a3. Gives us some options there on the little pendulum. And don't forget rook g3. So if I play, for instance, queen c1 check, queen, you can't, queen b3, queen c1 check, you can't take on d3 because I do have rook g3.
Yes.
So I have some things going for me.
Yeah, maybe.
Perpetual chances, perhaps.
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking. That we could look for a chance.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Okay, I mean, I jinxed it because I said this is going to be decided in the attack. Either white crashes through or black survives and wins. But no, in fact, they found a way to get the material back and the game goes on.
And I'm Johnny R is pointing out a brilliant move that would have actually won the game.
Which is?
But yeah, wild stuff. Wild stuff. Computer-esque stuff. A gorgeous line. And I gotta say, they played amazingly well, considering they're humans.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw the stupidest line on a paper. I think
Here,
somebody was tweeting
no.
it. They were saying that like Magnus Carlsen isn't good at chess because AI is so much better than him. I'm like, what? That makes no sense. What are you talking about? AI doesn't need to breathe. It's not the same. Come on, it's not the same.
Doesn't need to eat
It
except for
doesn't
a
need
lot
to
of
breathe or eat.
electricity.
It's
A lot
not
of
really playing
electricity.
chess. It's playing something like chess. It's
Yeah,
different.
just calculating.
Yeah, it's a different thing. It's like it's not writing. It's doing something that looks like it. It's imitation.
Okay, queen f8 played, okay.
Here we got the real thing for you guys. This is the real deal. Queen f8 check.
All right, so now black will think because okay, two moves, yeah, but not easy to decide because maybe king b3 also there is a point because c5. I mean a3. Don't know what's going on because I'm not vulnerable on the c file here. I mean, and this diagonal doesn't really worry me. Okay, if this a2 check. But there is always rook a8. Sorry about that.
Yes, exactly. So don't get too carried away.
Okay,
I know Felix though, this was actually like an academic paper that had this in there. I saw it on Twitter, so maybe not the best source either, but I was like, what? Yeah, it was like an academic paper going on about how like Magnus not really good at chess because AI is better than him. I mean, they were making some kind of point, but whatever. Like I disagree with this. And incidentally, Bobby Manufan says and breathe. So and breathe indeed. At some point, Alex, do you want to go look and see about the win that we had for white on move 32?
Yeah, that I quickly checked. I mean, it's wild because allegedly bishop h6, rook is and now
Bishop d2, yeah. And now bishop d2. So somehow he actually had the right idea with the wrong
yeah,
move
but
order.
the move order, yeah, but this
But
is
why is this winning now? Because like I don't get
exactly why is this winning now?
Like suppose we play like queen d6. I don't know what's going on. What's the
But
threat here?
the difference
Or
is
queen
what?
b2, yeah. Is it
Maybe
because or maybe bishop h7 check
one
first?
via e8, but check there.
Yes. And now rook g4, right?
But still g5. I think that's what he was trying to avoid.
Huh.
Because, okay, I mean, maybe now queen h5, there is no king e7. And now maybe just crashing through, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Maybe if this was the idea, I don't know.
Well, we'll take a deeper look later, but indeed, Bobby Manufan said, this is for Stockfish.
Yeah,
Why is the king on b4? What a game. Yeah, seriously.
but this is too complicated. Yeah. You have to figure out where the bishop should go, which tempo to lose, where to lure the opponent's pieces. Wow. So no, I mean now if you look at it like it appears that black will lose the rook, right? Because it's trapped. Okay, let's say king c3, rook f this and this, and it trapped. No, okay, it doesn't trap. We said the queen before, so it doesn't really trap the rook. So let's say here, but no, then it doesn't trap. Then c5 must be the idea. C5 must be here because, like, what else? Yeah. Okay, king c3 played, in fact. All right. King
All
c3
right.
played. Now, I mean, either immediately or first, I don't know, queen somewhere. Because also queen b f7, rook d6, c4 can be also an idea because there's queen.
Yeah, we're really wanting to get the queen into the game. I like that. Queen f7. And then what happens after pawn takes c5, queen c4, king d2? F4 or something?
Yeah, that's also, but there's queen c1 check, so you lose. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't really want that, do we? No. Darn
Maybe I
it.
can just take this one.
Yeah. And then those ideas are in the air.
Wow, this is such a wild position. I mean, it reminds me of this totally wild game, Fischer Petrosian, which they played at the Candidates Tournament 1959, and where four queens actually appeared at the board, like both sides promoted, and there were four queens at the board at one point. And Petrosian actually, with black, it was a Caro-Kann, he actually walked with the king in this region somewhere on the queen side. And he was winning at some point, but okay, missed it, and the game ended in a draw. It reminds me of that. It's really wild position. Because I mean, now you don't want to take here because the rook is getting back, but maybe you can because I don't know. Then you get hide somewhere else. But
Queen a8, rook d5, f3.
yeah. Rook
Yeah.
d5 f3, king here, check.
Rook g4 check, yeah. Oh, but even this.
I don't know if maybe no perpetual. Yeah, no, but yeah, it's like pretty wild.
I think a lot of those lines will end up ending in perpetual, though. Like,
Well,
that
I
is
mean,
my.
sometimes it can end in mate as well. I mean,
Yeah, that is the problem. Chassow says mate king e1 and promote the king, yeah.
hunting the king, it can end in mate.
It reminds me sometimes like the hustlers in the park will,
Huh?
if they're trying to make a specific bet, they'll say they have to checkmate you on a specific square.
Yeah.
Or like, can you win a game while you also have to get your king on e1 at some point in the game?
Yeah. Now, there was a nice story actually that Boris Gelfand told in his book. It was like when he was getting he was a kid and he was going to this Petrosian's school, yeah, chess school. And then Petrosian was joking and playing blitz with the kids and so on. And he actually Petrosian was doing this. In which square do you want me to mate you? And Gelfand says, I was thinking quickly and I was like, okay, A1. Okay, which was he said it was really stupid because he would just take my pieces and everything and just drive me to the edge of the board and win. It would have been much better to say somewhere in the center, E4, D4, then it's much harder to check there. But he said, okay, he was a kid and didn't quite think too deeply, but it's a nice story. All right, now, okay, the question is whether go c5 first or attack with queen c8 or attack with queen f7. Yeah. Okay, I mean, maybe now because they'll think maybe we can take another break because they passed the time control. They'll think for a while because it's very complicated. Maybe
Yes,
we
absolutely.
have a
Sounds
short
great.
break and then we'll be back for the remainder of this very interesting,
Wild
exciting
game,
game.
yes. Thanks everybody for staying with us. Stay along and
Yeah,
ask any questions you might have in the chat while we're
yeah,
gone. We'll be right back.
yeah. Time for adjournment. That's right. And welcome back to the live commentary of Game 4 of the match between Felix Blohberger and David Navara. We left off just after the time control when Queen f8, King c3 was played, and we had some developments. Queen f7 was played, attacking the rook. And now we had a quick transformation of the position, in fact, because Felix went a3 and giving up the rook on e6, but hoping to get the white's rook for the a pawn, which promptly happened. Rook a8, queen takes, and now he's thinking where to move the king. So this is quite a transformation from what we had in this game. So many transformations. In fact, now at the end we have only queens at the board. The position remains sharp because like both sides have weak pawns, and if they lose them, very dangerous passed pawns appear on the board. So King G2 played, yeah, and now it's Black's turn. So
Yeah, it is sharp, Alex, but I would say the most likely result now is a draw because there's so many different ways for there to be a draw, like perpetual,
yes,
all the pawns removed. So let's see though, you're right. In queen endgames, you got to be careful because
yeah,
if, for instance, that B pawn becomes a runaway, everything could change. And there were 3 queens on the board momentarily in this game.
yeah,
And that is
exactly.
still the original queen that lives. And I
Yes.
point that out because, hundreds of years ago, there were some countries in which they wouldn't give the queen title to a new queen because they thought it wasn't cool that a pawn turns into a queen.
Nice, yeah,
Which is crazy because of course we're okay with this. I mean, it's Pride Month, right? Like it's fine to go from a pawn into a queen, right?
yeah.
But there was actually resistance against that because the idea
Really.
was that the pawn was changing gender, which is
And
kind of
probably also,
wild.
yeah, and probably also rising
In station, yeah, as
station.
well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so yeah, we're all about that now though, and we do have king takes pawn. So
Yeah,
what's up
indeed.
now? Can we play c5 or do we just take on b6 with the queen?
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, whether to force through c5 and then
Or
b6,
yeah,
or simply
probably
take.
just
Yeah,
take right away. Looks right. Yeah, feels right.
yeah. But now, okay, let's see king c2 and how do you stop the pawn? I still think it's white who needs to
Well, can
get
we
it out.
queen at the same time? Because I'm doing with check, so c5. Aren't we
Ah, you
queening at
wanna,
the same time? Yeah.
but I have this first. Yeah.
Okay. That's annoying. Give me a sec. Yeah. That's where your king being. Oh, queen c6. Can I play queen c6?
Queen c6. Yeah.
Yeah. And now, I guess you're better.
Yeah. Now
No.
white's better because okay, you have to take queen, and white is okay equal pawns,
I
but
mean,
this
there's probably there. I mean, maybe there's some kind of perpetual here. Although it's funny that move h3 that we played so long
yeah.
ago
Now
that
it's
helps us with the stopping queen g4 and also gives us this little nook on h2. So
yeah.
it's like super helpful.
Yeah, but maybe there is a perpetual. I don't know.
But don't forget that it's not forced. It's not forced. Yeah, and
Yeah, apart
Peter
from
says that Peter says wasn't the queen usually originally the weakest piece, one of the weakest. Honestly, the bishop was even weaker because it can
yeah,
only control a quarter of the board. But they were like they were bringing up the rear, the queen and the bishop back in the day.
yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I
Okay.
agree. So you're saying this would be a draw anyway because you can't get out of the perps.
Yeah, well, but we get some interesting information from chat. Man United fan Bobby says that only way for white to draw, and it's not queen b6.
Oh, there's only one way for white to draw.
Well, that's okay. And then there was also another point when they said queen b6, king e2 instead of king c2.
King e2. Because then you're
Probably
threatening queen f1, of course.
much
Yeah.
stronger, true.
Yes. Okay, that's pretty obvious, actually. They'll see that. Yeah.
And if that's not the draw, well, the draw could be c5, draw could be anything really, because the lines would definitely be very complicated. There's also queen f6 makes some sense to start
It's
chopping.
weird because like my spidey sense was saying c5 for some reason.
Uh-huh.
I had a feeling like c5, and it's because of the mobility of the queen, right? Because now we have a lot of potential checks.
But
Whereas when we shut out the queen by taking on b6, it shuts the queen away from contact with the king, which is so important. And my gut was saying to just play c5, but it's a whole pawn. But the thing about the queen endgames is it's not about the number of pawns, it's about the quality.
That was played actually.
C5 was played, yeah.
Well done for your spidey sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. Like, Navara also spent a really long time before he played King G2 because he
And
was
he's still
calculating
down.
these lines most likely.
He's still down to
Yeah.
11 minutes. So now he will end up again in time trouble. Felix, for the time being, has much more time. So
Because now you can't easily get into E2 because we have Queen B3 check, King
yeah, there are
E2, Queen
checks from
F3
everywhere.
check.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I love how sometimes in life and in chats and in everything, your brain knows something and you don't know why it knows it. This is like intuition, right?
Yeah, it is that. That's it.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah. Yes. So now, okay, BC played, and I suppose B6 comes because if you give, okay, we can give check, but queen there, I just
I think we just do uh hmm. Okay, yeah. So what do we do here?
yeah, probably B6 because I mean I don't know, giving check, I think it just improved the queen.
Yeah, we could do Queen B1 check,
Yeah, but
but
then
then
queen
Queen
C2.
C2, yeah.
But no, they can take
Oh,
and
then, but you're,
no, this is not good. No,
yeah.
this is not good. This is
Too many
really,
pawns for black.
yeah,
Too
this is
many
really
pawns for
good.
black, yeah.
Yeah, no, you go queen C2 and they're like you have to give check from here, but
Yeah.
queen is awkward. So that's why I thought maybe here. Okay, and so again, like I don't know, there, but then there is a check from here. You can get some weird triangles.
Mhm.
Yeah. Maybe it's possible to give check. I don't know.
Navara found the only move for a draw, says Felix Schildorfer. Yeah, I mean, he's
Oh,
playing amazing.
well done.
I love how Navara has such a great instinct, and like all great players are like this, but I really feel it from him in this game. He's got such a wonderful instinct for the critical moment. Like, he really felt it when there was that Bishop D2 H6 maneuver, and if he had
Yeah,
more
yeah,
time, he would have used it. He just didn't have it, but he knew this was it.
yeah,
This
yeah,
is it.
yeah. And now it's okay. Another only move now for black for white. Yeah, after BC. But, well, either B6 or check because other moves, I don't know. Check from F5 makes less sense. You go to C3. Well, I mean, there's some other chat here. Queen Ace also. That's a nice move. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Great. I love it. That's a really nice move.
That's a nice
Wow.
move.
Wait, what does black do against that?
Yeah, maybe
I
some.
mean, wait. You're a move behind, so you can't take. Yeah,
I can't know. Yeah.
yeah.
And now some again wild stuff. Yeah, and
Another
perpetual.
draw by perpetual.
This will be a wild way to finish the game, right?
Yeah. We got the queen and the new queen.
Yeah, 3 versus 1, 2 versus 1, and but yeah, these queen endgames are very hard because I mean there are a lot of checks and transpositions and subtleties where you want to go, how you want to set up the pieces, which checks do you need to give, which checks improve your position, which checks do not improve your position. So they are very hard because you need to calculate all those things, and normally you play them at the end of the game. Obviously, yeah, we have little time. You're also tired. This game in particular was very tiring for the player. They had to calculate a lot before that. So it's hard, yeah. I mean,
Oh yeah, very hard. I mean, I like and then speaking of even queen endgames are hard, but double queen
Oh,
endgames, oh boy. Four queens, as we like to say. Four queens
I
positions.
hope
A
you,
lot of
hopefully
times,
you don't get them too often.
yeah, well, the person who checks first oftentimes wins in those. But queen a6, it's a marvelous move. I'd like to just point
Yeah.
that out again because it's an example of the power of the outside pass pawn, right? And it's the power of an anchor square and the power of a discovered check. So, an incredible multi purpose move, which, according to the chat, is the only move that the computer says is able to hold a draw
And it was
for white.
played.
And it
Played.
was play Navara. Oh my, look at his defensive chops in this game.
There's your
Killing
answer
it.
how easy for human to find it, yeah? I
Killing
mean,
it.
I guess not that difficult because in a way, once you look in that direction, it makes sense because you gain a tempo and then you advance with check.
But it's
So
all these moves after being tired and having to calculate so much in the
yeah,
first time control. That's when the players will oftentimes, fall. But not
yeah,
David, not Navara.
no,
It's a very attractive move, I must say, Queen A6 though, because it's like there's so many checks, and
yeah,
sometimes threatening check is more powerful than check.
yeah. And
Or
normally it's
yeah,
I mean, it's a very concrete move, obviously, but it's somewhat counterintuitive because you want to keep your queen centralized, and
yeah.
here you just send it out to the edge of the board only to gain a tempo and push the pawn, which is very concrete idea. So therein lies some difficulty in finding it, but okay, he managed. So well done to him.
Well, there's a saying about queen endgames that you should look for the checks on diagonals.
Yeah,
Those tend to be even more powerful. It's going to be hard for me to explain why this is the case, but if you think about it, you'll understand. And so those diagonals are a little bit harder to block effectively.
yeah, yeah.
Is queen
So
takes a6 a draw? I don't know. I think couldn't that just be winning for white? Queen takes a6, pawn takes
I know,
e6,
but that's like only black.
c4, a7, c3, queen. Why? Maybe, but let's
No, but
see.
this should be winning for white somehow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, he asked if queen takes a6 as a draw, but I thought it would be a win for white. But let's see.
No, but you don't go for this. I mean, with
Yeah.
black. I mean, no, no
No,
need.
no, you don't go for this for black. No, no, no. But I mean, queen c6 or something here, and then what? You have king d2. Is that the
Yeah, I mean
problem?
now it's having yeah, the queen a1. There is queen
Queen
c6, then
a1, king d2.
d2, and then I mean I don't know. Maybe it is a draw, but I mean it's
Yeah, but
so
nobody goes for this, is what we're saying, because it's black should have a better way to draw than
yeah.
this.
I mean at least yeah. No, but this line, I mean, we just looked at okay, queen b2 here, there, and now e4, e3, this counterplay. Uh, because in a way, like the queen is tied down to the defense of this pawn and he has to see it through. And in the meantime, black creates, I mean, which means that e3 cannot be stopped as counterplay. Yeah. So in a way, you have to, I mean, okay, maybe queen a8, if this maybe saves the day somehow. And then maybe there is no perpetual. Here, and the queen comes back, yeah?
Right, huh? Wait, how'd you
So,
get this?
well,
But even this, like, don't we have like e2 or something
yeah, yeah,
here?
yeah. I mean, the mess continues, in fact. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say that. Or maybe even like in this position, like because then e2 and threatens mate. And then it's kind of who knows what's going on, yeah? Maybe black gets mated first. I don't know.
Three queens.
Yeah, but maybe black gets mated first because c3 queen b5. I don't know.
Yeah, this is a nice line.
This is a very wild line. What's going on here?
Hmm. But now king d1. Oh, you have, what do you have here? Because if queen a1, c1 equals queen, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Stop your check by making a queen. Not what you wanted. And then if you check me again, I have king c2 mate.
Yeah.
Well, mating, which is a never fun. A king mate is so rare. Can we show it just because king
Maybe.
mates are so rare? But at the end of the
Maybe.
day, it's not even a king mate because in the end, you can block, but it's, it's close to a king mate. Oh,
No,
this
but
one
wait, wait,
is.
wait, wait. Yeah, check take first.
No, if the other queen took, I would do it. Yeah, right, right. Yeah.
No, but this
The
is a
other
move.
queen, where you have to actually disambiguate which queen you mean. This is something that really only happens in queen endgames with multiple queens.
But okay, queen here, I don't know.
In the actual game, it's still queen a6, right? With Felix on move.
Uh, yeah, it's
Yes,
in the board, yeah.
it's still queen a6 and Felix to move with just around 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, you have to calculate here where to put the queen, in fact. I think, I mean, earlier in the game, I think I saw some kind of a perpetual like this. Okay, this c4, and then like this perpetual.
Oh yeah, this is a kind of simple way to go about things,
So
isn't it?
it's like, I don't think you can run away. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
always.
agree. Maybe this is what we'll say. This is a very human way to think about
Yeah, I
achieving the
mean,
draw.
he's not risking losing, obviously. There is a perpetual at least, but uh, so you can see that, I think. Putting the queen on the diagonal ensures a draw at least, but he needs to think if he can play for a win, if he thinks he can. Mm. So let's see. Still no move for black, for Felix, he's still thinking. Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I mean, he can go for a draw or try something else. But I mean, in the other lines, I think B pawn is very fast. Like, yeah, whatever you do, I give the check and push. So I play two moves very quickly, whatever you do. And the pawn already is one move from winning, and I don't think you can master any type of quick counterplay to kind of do something about it.
Interesting comment by Bobby Manufan. He says that he has a feeling Felix thought he was winning and missed queen a6. It's possible. It's possible because it's easier for Navara, who needs to make the only move, to see it than Felix. I mean, I understand what you mean by his body language. He does seem a tiny bit that he's giving off a vibe that he thought he was winning, and now he's like deep in thought, making sure he at least draws. I don't know. I kind of get what you're saying. It'll be interesting to see his recap because overall,
Yeah,
I think they all saw so much in this game. But you
yeah,
could be right about that one.
yes.
Because it is a tough move to see, especially if you're on the defensive side. It's always easier to be, I mean, if you're the one, not the defensive side, if you're the one who's getting played against, it's always easier to see your moves than your opponent's moves,
Yeah,
right? That's the fundamental condition of humanity. We see our own ideas before our
yeah, yeah,
opponents, even the greatest,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so he has plenty of time to consider options. 16 minutes. So and he can, I mean, get down to 1 minute if he wants to, because he can always take the draw, I think. So,
Yeah, with Queen C1, you mean?
yeah,
Yeah, and King E2 and Queen C1, yeah.
yeah, there in this check. I mean, I don't know, like Quincy one if White wants to try something like this, but then it's getting risky for White too, I guess,
Yeah.
because I don't know. Maybe
Paul 1E4 says it isn't easy for me to see my moves or my opponent's moves. Well, apparently you've got your first move down, Paul. I approve. Paul 1D4 is about to come into the chat. At least we're not gonna have Paul 1G4.
No, that we already had. Yeah, that we already had. Yeah, this I think it's unnecessary complicated for both, probably. Now the pawn is not going anywhere, and if you go queen there, I can always probably switch to the perpetual, I guess, maybe queen c1, but we'll just go e3. I don't know, it's complicated stuff. Yeah. Okay, e3, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, a lot to calculate in Korean games.
Okay, wait. So, and now queen at, no, we don't want to do that. Queen g6 check.
Yeah, go here. Now you can't advance again, so I threatened maybe e2 already. I mean, you can take, but that I'm not sure about.
Yeah, I was looking at
Not a
this.
good idea.
Yeah, that looks a little hairy.
It's unnecessary. But again, it will be his feeling whether he thinks he's risking maybe playing for more or not. Because again, it's hard to calculate everything to be in total control. And then you have to make this decision like, yeah, based on your calculation, but not complete calculation, not complete information. So it will be interesting, yeah, what he goes for.
Queen a6, 13 minutes and change left for Felix in this second time control. Classical match,
Yeah,
2-1 now in Felix's favor. This game, honestly, it looks like it could have gone anyway, by the way. I mean, it could have been a win, a draw for either side. It could have been a win. But overall, I would say there were more wins in our variations for Felix than for Navara. I think it would be fair to say.
yeah,
And it
that's
was,
true. I think the impression was that Navarro was playing to save the game, even though some of the variations were winning for him. But basically, when he started this attack, he was trying to
yeah.
save the game. But I don't know if he got the clear kind of absolute evaluation of the position after h3 actually. So he went for this attack, okay, and then after queen a3 h3 was the objective evaluation there. I don't know if chat can help, but how was the game supposed? Because later Navara had a winning lines, Felix had winning lines as well. But in the moment after h3 with best play, how the game should have ended. That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah. I think they might have mentioned it earlier, but yeah, there were many winning lines for both players, but more winning lines for Felix.
Yeah,
It's funny, like we were talking earlier about thinking about chess probabilistically.
yeah,
And when you read about the way that AlphaZero approached chess, that really does strike me. The way they talk about the number of wins, the probability of win,
yeah.
the same way that people who work in sports analytics talk about win probability in basketball, which, by the way, the Knicks were about 0.4% chance to win at some point last night. So
Wow,
less than 1% that they were able to find and convert into a victory.
wow.
And that kind of thinking in chess now is something you hear from more and more top players. You're thinking about the win probability, not just the strength of the position, but the chance that you can actually convert that strength into a real point.
Okay, here we get the answer here. So h3 was -2 because of queen d6, and he went knight f8, and then white was winning. So okay, that
Ah,
whole attack by Navara was actually not entirely correct.
but so tough. I mean, so many variations to be seen in such a short time window.
Okay, he went queen b1, not queen c1 for the perpetual, but
Yeah,
queen
that
b1.
much we knew, Margoland, that the bishop d2 was the miss instead of bishop h6. So we
Yeah,
got that part, but you're saying that after h3 -2 because of queen d6. Yeah, okay.
so
Wild game, which really shows us some of the beautiful defensive ideas. And I
yeah,
mean, it was all very concrete, Alex, but there are some takeaways that I think we can get from this, which is that you want to be active in your counterattacks, especially when you're playing against pieces. you know, in the
Especially
back
when you're
rank.
playing with Benoni, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because he was playing against a weak back rank, and so the move Queen A3, hard to find, but once you rationalize and understand that, it unlocks more.
Yes, yes. That's true. That's true.
And here we have B6 check.
Okay, B6, C4, B7 played. So White's play is really straightforward. He doesn't need to think. I mean, he just needs to try to promote. And if Black finds some counterplay or perpetual, then that's it. But still, it's this Queen B1 strange move because maybe he wants, I don't know if he wants D2, but I don't know. And maybe a perpetual via E4. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's right. Yeah. Huh.
Maybe that's his idea. But because I mean, like E4, E3 is slow now. You can't move the C pawn, and with the king, I don't know, but king E2 you can't because it's check. But so
Huh.
see what his idea was because
Well, you king E2 no because of Queen C4 check, but I guess you could
y-
play King
yeah,
D2.
but
Yeah.
like even this is weird. Yeah,
Even that's weird. Yeah, and then Queen or Queen C7, D2, be Queen at the same time.
no, I mean here you mean
Mm-hmm.
no, but here like it's a
Oh, there's also Queen
perpetual,
F1 check. Yeah, we don't want to allow
perpetual
that.
at least.
Yeah.
So, I mean that's a weird move. I mean, okay, Queen E4, King D2, and you can't move and still tied down. But okay, White is also a bit tied down, but still, maybe I can play on maybe. I mean, White is not risking anything here. Like I don't know, Queen A7 now, and maybe we can win. I don't know,
Hmm.
but no, maybe still perpetual like this. You know, let's check. It seems like some perpetual again. Or maybe F3 is not a perpetual. And if this Queen F2, yeah,
That's a problem.
yeah, yeah. So I don't know. I think well, should look for perpetual somehow. Yeah? I mean, what I thought was this maybe, yeah. And okay, you can't take here because I take your passed pawn, so that's not good. And if you go Queen A7, then perpetual like this. I don't think you should be able to escape here, but I don't know. Let's check that too.
Again, Queen F2. Oh, yeah.
Check there. Okay, maybe there is no perpetual. Then. King E3. This is a perpetual. Okay, but kind of a weird one. Yeah, I mean,
A weird one to say the least.
to me, this is a bit odd because if you wanted the one perpetual, she could have gone Queen C1 and given it immediately. Because now, okay, maybe he's looking for something more, but like I'm not sure what.
Look at those pawns. 4 pawns.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, man. Mm.
Felix acts this psychologically. I think Black will push for a win or try to secure the draw since he's up the match. I personally think he's just trying to play the best moves at this
Yeah,
point
yeah,
because, yeah, this is also for rating. There's a road to 2,600. And it's also been such a wonderfully played game. No, nobody wants to mess it up at this point. Just trying to play good
yeah.
moves.
In D2 play, yeah, as we said.
Yes, King D2, keeping that E4 square open
But
for
here,
grabbing the
here,
pawn.
here we did not find the perpetual after F3, yeah?
So queen a7 check, threatening queening, and now after queen e4 check. Yeah, I think you're right about
And
that.
here f3.
And maybe there is one.
No, but we did find it. Yeah, it was
Yeah, I
here.
think you were thinking of another line, maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking about another
Yeah.
line. Yeah, so here, yeah, we found it. Yeah, this like okay, this is a repetition, and here queen e2 and king e3, and can't defend this.
Yeah, and that's
Wait,
risky.
and if this check, I think
We have d3 or c3. Probably c3 looks.
it was c3 and this check.
Uh-huh. And then queen d2, queen g1.
This check, and then I promote.
Yeah, that's true. That's not good.
So and if c3, then this check, and I'm kind of ruining the mechanism. So c3 this check, and again ruining the mechanism because king must step away, and I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's those diagonal checks, man.
Diagonal checks, yeah. Diagonal checks.
Diagonal checks are very powerful in queen endgames. They're a little harder to
Okay,
block
queen
effectively.
a7. Queen a7, and now maybe king e2. Maybe this is the cleanest thing here. This.
Uh-huh. We did look at this line as a draw or something very similar.
Yeah, we
Right?
did in some
Yeah.
other line. Yeah,
Yeah.
we did. The point is, white can't really escape because then ends up being mated. Yeah, with these two. So maybe this is the draw. Yeah.
Yes, and then just the perpetual, yeah.
Yeah, something like
Queen
this.
f1 check, king h2, queen takes f2, and the queens can't block. I think there was another line similar to this where the queen was on a2 or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, we had something. I mean,
Where
there's
the detail of the position, maybe there's a pawn on d3, so queen f2 was blocked.
yeah, we had these lines when
Yeah.
this
So
pawns
now,
like that.
but now, of course, you can't block. Or maybe you played queen a8. So he played queen a7. If you put the queen on a8, black needs to find another mechanism because there's queen g2 check here.
Yeah. Let's check.
So that's the difference. And I think there is another mechanism. We just can't do the same thing. Right? That now we maybe have to find something besides king e2. Because if king e2 now, when you queen, you don't have a draw on that exact line, right?
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
Because now you have queen g2, the cross defense.
Right.
Hold on. Yeah. So queen a8 maybe was like gives slightly more pause. I don't know, but I'm sure there's a draw here too. We just can't use the same one.
Yeah, but where is it? Because
Where is it? Queen e4 check?
queen e4, f3.
We've been through this lane before, haven't we?
Yeah, it's just with the queen on a7, but here it's better because the queen gets in defense along the long diagonal. So
Yeah, good questions.
where is it? Yeah.
Let me think about it for a second. Well, queen g6 check.
Yeah, king f2.
And then queen g5 here. Can we get you on like the dark squares?
Yeah, like you have to check and
You have the check though, yeah. Okay, and what about queen c2 in that position?
yeah, I consider that, but then I don't know, like
Then you queen and king. Yeah, I don't think this is working. King d1, king g3. We don't have a draw here. No. Okay, so that's the thing. Queen a8, maybe queen a8 would have.
Queen a8 played.
Oh.
What's going on?
Maybe we have to go in for some of those end games that we didn't really want to look at.
Which ones?
I mean, because somebody mentioned it earlier in the chat, like, playing for c3 and c2, just like playing c3 here, and then after queen, c2, is that a draw? We were like, why? We don't know how to deal with that. It's too much work. We went a
That's
perpetual,
right.
but like, if that's the way to draw, that's the way to draw. You know,
Yeah.
he did play C3. He played it. He
Yes.
played C3.
Let's see through.
Like the
No, guys,
first,
I had hair like I shaved it off last night, so I mean,
seriously, like if we have a choice, we'd rather get a perpetual because then we don't have to
yeah, yeah,
calculate.
but
But
this is now weird. Maybe he's playing for a win. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he wants to go C2 or stuff like that.
yeah, for sure. And before we had Queen A1, we were a move ahead. Yes, okay. So
But now, okay,
eventually,
maybe not exchange queens, but go C2 directly.
another interesting idea. Yeah.
I don't know if it's any good, but
Queen A5 check, King D1.
yeah, Queen A5, King D1. But this is also a bit, I mean, maybe if I move the, I don't know what, like how, you queen and then
Huh.
I go
What a
maybe this
weird
hits.
position.
Very weird position, and I give check from here. Now, this, I think black is risking here. I mean, queens are not so great, and the king gets in front of the queens. So, I mean, any sorts like gets really problematic. Maybe black gets mated here, yeah?
Yeah, King B3.
King B3, and I don't know. Something like this, maybe.
Yeah, and if King comes to the side, we have Queen A6 mate. What a position.
Yeah,
What a
so
position. Four queens, baby.
yeah, we jinxed it. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Fischer Petrosian, and now we're getting somewhere there.
There's an Alakine Capablanca game with four queens
Yeah,
that I
yeah.
like. I mentioned that on my Substack. It's also, yeah, well analyzed in this new book about Capablanca and Alakine.
No, so I mean, this is probably means that black should exchange and go C2 and hope there is some sort of a draw, because I don't think black can hope playing for a win here, but
Anyone who likes heading into queen and pawn endgames needs therapy.
yeah.
Yes, this is good training. Absolutely. Great training
Excellent
here.
training, yeah.
Queen endgames. Everybody needs a nap. It's siesta time. Aren't
Siesta
you in
time.
Spain, Alex?
Yep, Spain.
Siesta. Oh, it's way past siesta for
We're
you.
past siesta time, yeah.
For us it's like 1:30. So
Yeah, and for you it's siesta time, yeah. For you it's siesta time, but for me it's past the siesta, and so it's
you are due. We are looking at the match between Felix and Navara. We're in round 4. The score so far is 2-1 in favor of Felix. And this has been a wild game that could have gone any of the 3 different ways. Yes. Toro
half
de
the king they want
Boro.
to get mated. Okay, well, not sure.
Toro de Boro. I love that name, Toro de Boro. Love this commentary without the engine should be standard. By seeing the
Well,
commentators struggle, we can feel a bit how tough it is instead of superficially watching the eval bar.
yep, struggling big time. That gives you an idea how hard chess is.
Especially queen end games. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Those are doozies.
But he went
Yeah.
C2, he left the queens on the board. Okay, now maybe he's risking losing even if, like with 2 queens on board. Wow. Wait a minute, let's see. So I started with this check and then I wanted to get the other queen, like in the game. So I mean, I guess.
Wait, is this a relay position? Wait,
Yeah,
what?
this is the position, and now
Queen
queen.
A5 check has been played or no? Not
No,
yet.
not yet, no.
Okay.
So check, and now okay, I mean going to E2, something similar. This thing queen G4. Going to
Oh,
D3, probably something the same. He
okay, now I get
understands.
it. Yeah, queen. Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, so maybe some chances here for Navara as he's got the 2 queens, which are creating some mating possibilities in some lines.
Okay, here somebody in chat says queen b8 was instant draw, but meaning exchanging queens, I suppose. This was an instant draw. Well, I mean, it's instant, but okay. Maybe d3 is the move, I don't know. But still need to play it out. But now I think, I mean, just risky for black because leaving two queens on the board, it's like always tricky, and white starts giving the checks. So
Yeah, it's very dangerous. We can get mated in some lines. And
yeah,
don't forget, Emilia says, "Do I need to get Felix a therapist? Is it crazy that he's leaving the queens on the board?" Hey, I mean, I think it's a homage to the Women in Chess Foundation. You know, the more queens in chess, the better. So
the better, yeah.
for those of you who've been watching with us, consider a donation to Women in Chess Foundation, as Amelia has put this match together, and I think it's a sign that there's so many queens, don't you?
Yeah, it's a sign. Definitely, it's a
It's a
sign.
sign.
Guys, donate. It's a good cause. It's a
What
very
would
good.
Freud say about double queen endgames?
Yeah.
The more the better. After queen a5 check, we have to go king e2, says Lindsay 3112, but it looks scary because why? We're getting mated after king d1. Yeah, I
Right.
mean,
So
it makes sense that we're getting mated after king d1 because our king is really constricted there. So why is king e2 better? Like, I get the vibe that king d1 is wrong. I feel like I'm walking into a puzzle book when I play king d1. I'm like, this is
now,
going to be in the magazine.
yeah. Now, okay. I think this forces the exchange, but I think
Now
black doesn't
d3
risk.
though.
Black
Yeah,
doesn't risk
yeah.
here. But
Yeah, so that's the power of king e2, that it protects d3. I think that's a big thing, so that we
but
get checked, but we get to do something useful when you check us.
but I
That's
was
really
worried
important.
about this. And
You were
this.
worried about that. Aha. And so you're saying that if we queen, you play
This
queen
is
d4
the
check?
point.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the point.
This again.
And there is a perpetual. So
Okay, beautifully done. Did he play king e2? He did?
I mean he must, otherwise it's a mate probably.
Yeah.
It's probably I mean the only move anyway.
Do we have queen a5 check on the board already? I don't think we have queen a5 check yet on the
No,
board.
Queen H8 played.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. We don't have queen h5 a5. He played queen h8 instead. Wow.
Leave check
So
from
what's the idea here? If we make a queen,
similar stuff. Yeah, I mean you start giving
four
checks.
queens, here we go. Are we losing this?
No. But there is Queen F3
Queen f3
already.
check, king e1. Okay, you're out of checks. What if we play like, huh?
No, but here there is okay, there is. I mean, you can just be cool and just take it.
True.
It's such a huge mess. This 4 queen.
Why do you do this to yourself, Felix, man? I mean,
Yeah,
wait,
good question.
that's really fun. Yeah, I wrote an article on my Substack about four queens last fall. So I think I'm feeling a part two coming along, guys. A
Yeah, you
part
can. Yeah, this is a
two.
good example. Yeah,
Because it was about how in poker we have four queens too, quad queens.
yeah.
That's right, the lost 9940. You come back and four queens are on the board. I blame you. What
Can
an interesting position, says Rishi D2H.
no King E2. There is Queen E4. Yeah, that's the problem. Or Queen F3. So you can't do that. I guess you must queen. I mean, what other options can you have?
Yeah, make a queen.
Hmm.
There it is. I feel like I'm seeing him put the queen in his hand. How many queens have we had in this game? There was another pawn that made a queen. I feel like this is not counting scholastic chats. I don't think I've ever called a grandmaster game where this has happened.
Okay, so
We're getting so many queens.
so that was played. C1 queen, queen takes H6, and now okay, maybe E1 immediately also is a
Yeah,
possibility.
queen king e1 immediately, and then is there queen a5 check? Does that help? We do have queen c3 there.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind
Yeah.
of keep it doing something useful.
No, but there is no, I mean, no checks by black, so maybe you can just collect the pawn and then threaten to take more. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe more.
sure.
I mean, I don't know.
Sure.
This is
Who's
getting
better and
out,
why?
like out of hand. Who
I
knows
mean,
what this is?
it feels like Black's queens are superlative too much. Like they're not controlling enough different
Yeah, yeah,
squares.
they
So
are
that
offered, but
yeah, so it feels better for White for sure. But will that be enough?
yeah, but this pawn is also close and like
Yeah, yeah. So there's a lot going on, and they're oh my God, as we speak, they're down to 1 minute and 2 minutes. Of course, there's an increment, but they're not going to be able to think in this case
oh, they also have, yeah, I forgot about, I mean, I was got so engrossed that
because we're
I
having so much fun.
forgot,
Time
forgot about the
flies.
time. Forgot
Yeah, time
about the
flies when
time.
you're
Yeah.
having fun.
Yeah, I thought Felix had more than 10 minutes. Like, it seems like just a minute before I saw it, and like over 10 minutes, plenty of time. But now suddenly it's 1 minute both. So this is becoming wild.
But which is the original queen on Black side? I have no
Yeah,
idea, guys.
which one is which? Yeah.
The queen on A8 is the original one from White side. That much I know. The other Black, I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody mentioned this funny line. This Queen C3 and Queen E3.
Oh, that's very cool. Is it good though? Oh
Well,
yeah, maybe.
you take the pawn, yeah, and agree to a draw because it's 2 against 2 finally.
Yeah, I love it. What a game.
Oof, wild stuff. Wild stuff indeed.
I'll see ya.
Really crazy stuff here. He went King C3. Wow. Now this looks unnecessarily risky to get the king out of the open, but maybe he's hoping that this queen is offside, yeah?
Huh.
What's going on?
So now if queen takes pawn,
Yeah, just take and but no, you can't take any. No.
yeah, that was the idea
Sorry,
basically.
sorry. Yeah. I mean now he has threats, so checks must continue, yeah.
Yeah, or we could trade a pair of queens and then take like we could play queen takes queen, queen takes queen, queen c6 check, and then take it with the other queen.
But I'm afraid this pawn is too quick, yeah.
Yeah, that is the danger, right? So trying to just do some checks
Checks from somewhere.
because you can't do cross checks now because your queens are tripping over each other, right?
Yeah.
Queen a5 check,
Okay,
yeah.
queen C6 played, okay. Must go to B2 to protect this queen.
Uh-huh.
And maybe now just approaches, yeah.
Queen b5, okay. And then what's your plan?
Don't know, to get closer with the queen somehow, and
Yeah, but
then
your other queen now is out of the picture.
yeah, that's kind of an issue.
Yeah. Let's see.
Again, maybe it's just a perpetual, but
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying that for like the entire game. I feel like this time it's really true though, because the other queen can't interact because it's all the way over on h6, and because of the threats of queen g1 and queen h1, we can't really take on f6.
exactly.
So I feel like finally we might actually have that perpetual. And actually, I did see kind of Navara look
Yeah, he
at the
gave the
score
check
sheet,
to
look how many moves were left. Who's playing for the win?
who's playing for
Says
him.
Chess Out. I do think that there's a good chance it's going to be a draw by perpetual.
Yeah,
But as for who's been playing for the win, I suppose in the recent moves, White.
yeah,
Because
because
White,
he gets the queens and the moon,
yeah,
so he keeps giving a check first.
earlier Black, but White now, yeah. Because the black's queens are superfluous. Superfluous is a term that Dvoretsky coined, usually to refer to knights, in that they're protecting the same squares. And now it's the case that the queens are a little bit cluttered. Somebody in the chat earlier said something that I thought was quite funny. They said that one queen is worth 9, a second queen is worth 5.
Oh, really?
I don't know if a grandmaster
First-
or a famous player said that. It's a great line.
First time I hear that. But okay.
Yeah, it's a great line, but it's for sure true that the second queen isn't worth as much as the first one.
I mean,
I'm
I'm
talking
not
about
sure,
chess, guys.
but that would mean that the second queen is worth a rook. So it doesn't quite add up.
Yeah, it's extreme. It's an exaggeration. It's probably more like 6, 7.
6, 7, yeah. Okay, but can he try to avoid the perpetual if I give a check? I don't know, and queen a3.
And now queen d2 check.
Queen d2, queen b2.
And now queen d5 check. And this is, yeah, you're not actually stopping the checks, are you?
But now maybe you avoided everything. Yeah, I mean, there's queen c1 next if you give a check, and there's no. Ah, but that was played. Okay, actually. Okay. He didn't give the check on a4. He gave a diagonal one. Yeah, and now it's a draw. Yeah, now it's a draw. Yeah, they drew. Wow.
They did make a draw. What a game!
Wow.
Grandmaster draw, right, guys?
Grandmaster draw. Yeah.
Maybe more like a very, very spectacular draw. I mean, like I said earlier, I don't know how Felix is going to recap this video in one part. Oh, you know what it was?
But they will. Come on.
Wrong. I'm sorry. We gave you the wrong information. They did not draw yet. I think we got confused because there might be a second score sheet, and we thought they were signing the score sheet, and they were actually
They will. I think
their second score sheet. So
they will, because I don't think there is a.
But they will. They will. We see the future. We see the future.
Yeah, you've seen the future. Yeah.
GG says Harry H2185. Indeed, heck of a game.
Yeah.
Heck of a game. How did I come up with the brilliant idea to call this game? I'm very fortunate.
Yeah. I mean, it's delightful. It must be you. I mean, it's like.
Yeah, it's the women in chess love for the women in chess.
Everything falls in place.
I mean, I do have a book called Chess Queens also. I love my chess queens.
There you go. Everything falls in place, yeah.
Chess queens.
Chess queens, yeah. Yeah, amazing game. Wow, this is a candidate for the game of the year.
I learned a lot from this game.
Yeah.
I really did. And a lot of people have been asking and talking about how hard it was to calculate queen endgames, and you're absolutely right. And the best way to do it is to get them and then analyze them, or okay. And now they actually have made that draw by perpetual as the two grandmasters wrapped up an absolutely fascinating game, which featured everything: attacks, sacrifices, perpetuals, multiple queen promotions.
Yeah, they're happy. Look, if you can look see the camera, they're happy, both of them. After such
they know that this was a great game. They know it's going to be great for the comments, for the recaps, the aftermath. They're going to learn a lot from this game. Yeah, absolutely wonderful. I had such a joy analyzing this with you, Alex. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Jen,
to Emilia as well.
This was
and to the chat.
And thanks, chat. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching. It was a joy. Yeah, I think we witnessed a bit of history here. Queens in chess. Jen, thanks again for joining. Guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place for game 5 of the match. Felix Blohberger, David Navara. See you tomorrow. Cheers.
Bye, everyone. Thank you. Great chat.